Hey everybody, what is going on? Hexalex here. Hope you're all doing well today. See a few folks in chat already. What's up, Karibo Dude? See Toadette, and also thank you for the follow, Grim Reaper 275. So today's a little bit of a surprise stream. It's mostly a surprise in that I didn't really announce that I was gonna stream today. But yeah, we're pretty close to Master 1. As you can see, we're at M2, so I figured today we'd go ahead and just get that ideally real quick. That way we can get into rating duels and try some fun stuff, but I don't know. I'm not like the most pressed about getting into M1/rating duels. I'm honestly mostly doing it for the 200 gems. So if worse comes to worse and we end up falling down to like M3 or something, I might just like bust out a fun deck anyway. But thank you for the good luck. I really appreciate that. The good luck wishes, that is. Okay. Probably end up doing something for YouTube with this as well. Anyway, yeah, so we're gonna go for Master 1, like I said, and we don't want a loader deck. I think that I am just gonna go ahead and, even though it's about to get, you know, cycled out of the format, I'm gonna go for old Millennium Fiend Smith Snake Eye pre-ban list because I just want to try to get up to Master 1 ideally as quickly as possible. I think I already had a win in there, so we only need 4, a net total of 4 wins to get there. All right, losing the first coin flip, but this build does play 15 hand traps, so in that regard, we are not the worst off. Always going second. Let's see what this hand looks like. And we got none of them. As soon as I was like, oh yeah, we play 15 hand traps, so we find them, like, no, I jinxed myself. Oh, or our opponent could just pass. That also works. Also rocking the new Dino board here. I haven't actually heard the music yet. It's cool. I like it. Alright, this is a pretty easy engraver lead for me here. We can normal summon Lacrima, and we have like a million extenders in this hand. Plus call by, so I feel really good about this. Opponent's hand is probably going to have a lot of hand traps because they didn't lead off with, well, any plays, but again, I'm not like the most concerned here. Funny thing is, we don't actually even really need to go into Requiem here because we already have the Lacrima in hand, but I'm going to do it anyway to try to bait out Ash Blossom. Not the way we need to bait out Ash. We got a ton of things here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to special summon the Engraver from deck. Interesting. I think they did actually get past priority there. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to normal summon Lacrima. Obviously, we don't get the effect, but I'm going to go for Sequence now. Gotta decide if I'm going to make an Appaloosa or a Desiree here. I think Appaloosa would actually just be better in this situation, especially because I suspect we're getting into Nibiru range. Could also go for Caesar. Caesar plus call by is pretty much effectively Appaloosa. Okay, here's an Imperm from our opponent. Definitely don't mind seeing that. You know, the funny thing is, I actually still have Engraver effect plus Tracked in my graveyard, so I can actually still make a Caesar here for some nib protection. I think that is exactly what I'm going to do. Let's put back the Lurie. Not Lurie. It shouldn't have been Lurie. Well, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so they definitely still have another hand trap. Okay. Could be Nib, could be something else. Wouldn't even hate seeing second Imperm here, because it would at least be out of the way. There it is, second Imperm, okay. So if they do still have another hand trap, we do still have the potential to call by it. On top of course, everything else we have in hand here. No real reason to go for Diabell Star here because we already have OSS in hand. So I think what I'm going to do... there's a couple of different ways I could do this. I could equip and activate OSS. I think that is actually how I'm going to do this here. And then I'll activate Bonfire if they have a response, like a third Imperm or something. Alright, Ash F, let's see what they do. Even if they throw out like a Veiler or something here. Oh, it's Purge, wow. It's actually been 3 things we can't respond to with call by so far, and yet we're still good right now, because we can of course activate Bonfire and add Poplar. Now, we already did use OSS, but of course we can still search for... I'm playing Chase in this build. Yeah, let's do it this way. And then... What do I have in here? Ash. Got a bunch of Fiendsmith stuff. Trying to think of how I want to do this. If I wanted to do more Snake Eye stuff, I would need to go into Promethean Princess, which I could. There's a couple of different ways I could do this. I'm trying to think if I should go into Link Rebo. Well, placing Poplar here wouldn't really do a lot, would it? Except I could summon Diabell Star. Yeah, maybe that's good enough reason. Then I can make Promethean. Ooh, hang on a sec. Oh, I'm just gonna send the Poplar, right? Of course. Yep. Poplar. I'm a little worried about it being Nib, though, is the main thing here. Okay, they're just gonna concede. Good. Good. Straight up 3 hand traps, not enough to stop that hand. That's wild. Actually insane. Yeah, hopefully this will be just a quick little rank up session. Okay, looks like we're going second again. But even though we didn't open any hand traps well, to be fair, our opponent passed without playing anything on turn 1. Okay, here we go. We got the Fua this time. Not a horrible hand trap if you're only going to open the 1. Let's see what our opponent does here. Roar, A. I will definitely be chaining Fualos to that. Are they going to summon Dippity? They got some Blue Eyes White Dragon. Interesting, you don't see Roar a lot in Primite Blue Eyes. Fua resolves, love to see that. Engraver, love to see that too. Definitely not bad with this kind of hand. We have a call by in case they have a hand trap. Okay, so 2 face downs. Of course, I'm first thinking of both Majesty and Drill Beam. Maxi is actually not a bad draw at all here. Am I going to lead with Engraver or Sengen Gen? I should lead with Sengen Gen, I think. Yeah, let's do that. I should lead with Golem, actually. That doesn't really matter. Sure enough, there is Majesty of the White Dragons. Also, I love that when you take damage on the Dino field, it's meteors falling. Still thinking this could be Drill Beam face down here. Gonna kind of plan around that, assuming it is that. Can still go for Golem here. Placing, of course, the Snake Eye Diabell Star off the Wedju Temple if we get that far. The meteor is so good every time you pay for a Millennium Effect. It's quite good. Ghost Ogre is an interesting response, because I could have called by, but I'm not going to, because I don't need this Golem to resolve. I will need this Engraver to resolve, though. You know what? I think I am actually going to Ghost Ogre this, because I really want to be able to get to Zombie Vamp with a hand like this, and if I lose out on my Millennium Engine, that's going to be more difficult here. I think that's fine. I think I'm okay with this. Also, interesting that they didn't get past priority. Kind of almost makes me think this isn't Drill Beam, which makes me think it might be an Imperm instead. Yes, we'll definitely be adding the Wedju Temple. Is this Droll? Okay, no Droll. Droll actually would have been pretty bad for me there. I think we could have managed. I don't know. Maybe. So we didn't activate the pay 2000... No, we did activate that effect of Sengen, right? Yeah. Yes, we did. Okay. That's fine. We can still make, what do you call it? Snake-Eyed Doom Dragon. This will really force out Drill Beam if that is indeed what it is. It's Skill Drain. Okay. That's annoying, but actually not the worst for us in this situation. All things considered, that actually could have been a lot worse. Okay, so I'm definitely going to still want to activate Engraver. We'll do a little bit of deck thinning here. Roar and Skill Drain is interesting. They're at 5k. In theory, if I can just clear this Blue Eyes... I haven't used my normal summon yet. I might actually be able to pull this off. So... Requiem will actually resolve, fun fact, because it tributes itself as cost. Yeah, it is as a cost. So, if I go, God, Necro Equip would be really, really good here. I mean, we don't need it, though. We can win without it. Yeah, so... This should resolve. It does, okay. Probably still just gonna summon the Lacrima here. We have Engraver's Graveyard effect. Oh, we could fuse with the Tract as well. We don't even need to normal summon the Maxi here. No point in activating that because it'll just get negated. I think we might... Hang on a sec. Let's put this back. Oh, do they have Nib? They do have Nib, because that was 5 summons. I mean, if they have a skill tree up and they give us a giant token, aren't we just, like, really well poised, though? As far as, like, our game state? Okay, there's the Nib right now. I maybe should have Max Seed there. It would have given me 2 draws. I kind of like having Max Seed for their turn, I'm not going to lie, though. Okay. So now we have Maxi and a giant token going into their turn. They're in top deck mode and also under their own skill drain. So, I still have Requiem in the graveyard, right? Yeah, I'll activate this now then, that's fine. Interesting, it's a quick effect. It's Maxi. Okay, that'll cycle for 1 draw here. So that's not gonna really change that much. If they want to attack over my Requiem with the Nibiru, they are absolutely more than welcome to. I will win the game in response. Ooh, top decking the Lordly Load is pretty bad for me. Actually, I don't think that really matters, right? Joel Beam doesn't do anything here. Actually, Ether Rail doesn't even do anything here. It doesn't add anything. They could summon off of the... Yeah, they could summon off of this. That summons in defense mode, though. I'll chain Maxi here. Again, if they want to battle... Well, they can't battle something over if they summon in defense mode. But I was going to say, if they want to battle over my Requiem, again, that's completely fine. I just, you know, swing back and win in response. Yeah, Ether Bell can't search. We can't even get Drill Beamed, yeah, under the skill drain. Also, they normal summon this, so I guess I could still Link off, but Link's... Yeah, Link Monster won't be able to... Okay, Spheres will be able to bounce the token, but we can Ash Blossom the Spheres F. End of the main phase, going to end phase, passing back over to me. That's a great top deck. Is that actually going to be enough? Let me think for a second. Is this during... It's just during the opponent's turn. It's not just during the main phase? Okay, so... Okay, we can use Engraver's Graveyard effect. We actually still have Tract in there as well. Okay. And we'll special summon Engraver, I guess, because it has more stats here. Yeah, suddenly getting over the nib might actually be a bit of an issue. Actually, hang on, let me think about this for a moment. Well, no, yeah, because even though, like, we do have Tract in the graveyard, but I would still need to be able to fuse into... Yeah, I would still need at least one more Light Fiend on the field. I could shuffle back, Fusion Lacrima... Excuse me. The skill drain makes this nib a little bit more difficult to get over, because I kind of just have to do it with raw stats. I guess I could make Zombie Vamp. I would need another level 8. Can I get to another level 8? Let me start with this. This will cost me 2,000 life points, though. Do I want to pay that right now? Should I pay that without knowing I can win? It's kind of the big question I'm wondering here. You know what? This will give 600 attack, so that would be enough. Okay. Oh, but that's the only other Light Fiend in my graveyard, right? So I can't... So if I shuffle back Requiem to summon, and then Tracts to fuse, I wouldn't have... yeah, I wouldn't be able to get up to 3k. I wouldn't be able to crash into Nib that way. This can be activated at any point during the turn. Fusion Lacrima's effect is off because of skill drain. Alright, let's put this in attack mode before I figure it out. Or before I forget about that, rather. Oh, doesn't this have an effect? No, it's only if it's destroyed in battle. Okay, it just goes back to the spell trap zone. Oh, this is tough. You know what? Actually, wait, I have an idea. But I will need Sengen Gen. I just need one more Light Fiend to be able to summon Fusion Lacrima and still be able to equip Requiem. I can get that with Moon. Can't summon this because I'm at 2,000 now. That's unfortunate, but not like the end of the world. That might actually kind of be the end of the world. No, because I can still go boom, boom, Moon, Engraver F revive. Yeah, I think that still works. But that's just a crash. That's not even like a dub. That's not even a win. I mean, whatever. I'm gonna have to go for it anyway. Like, there's only so much I can do here. Actually, if I equip Requiem now, I won't be able to activate later. So even if I equip Requiem and then Tract F and that would work to fuse for Desiree, I think I have to do it this way. This is tough. This is a tough game. This is actually a very interesting game state we're in. But I think I have to do this to not lose. Now, the problem, though, is that they can still Lordly Load for Blue Eyes on their next turn. No point in activating that. Oh my god, wait. They're not gonna do this on my Lacrima, are they? Surely not. Surely not. Okay, good. That's what I thought. Yeah, I'll Ash that. There's not really much of a difference between ashing that and the Lordly Load. I think these both just summon Blue Eyes. Well, this probably summons Ether Barrel. Yeah, continue to attack is fine. Yeah, I'll put back a moon. Unfortunate. But again, I don't think there was too much else I could have done there. Okay, so they get to add back Ether Barrel. That's not enough to kill me here, though. This summons in defense mode. They can't link into anything with higher attack. I don't know why they didn't take the 1900 swing right there, honestly. Oh, because this can tribute itself and summon Blue Eyes, and then I lose. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot that could summon in attack mode. It's the spell that summons, and yeah. Everything else summons Blue Eyes in defense mode, but that one can summon in attack mode. That's right. That's right. Dang, that was close. That was actually a pretty good game. Not too shabby at all. That was a very interesting game state, honestly. That I haven't played against a ton of Blue Eyes that are on skill drain. I've seen skill drain in Blue Eyes. Sometimes I look at it and I'm like, what? I guess, like, yeah, in a simplified game state, as a Blue Eyes deck, you just have, like, one of the biggest speed sticks in the game. So, that makes sense. Plus, yeah, again, I totally forgot Spirit summons and can summon in attack mode. Because I think, if I'm right, both True Light and the spell summon it in defense mode. And of course, Lordly Load also summons it in defense mode. But there's that one thing that can put it in attack mode. Oh, we lost the coin flip again. Jeez. But we opened a couple of hand traps here. Pretty good ones. Nib plus, like, just about any hand trap is pretty good. I won't complain too much about that. Looks like it's Fiendsmith control. They're going to go normal summon Serendipity into Requiem. Am I going to Ash the Requiem? I think I'm not, actually. I'm just going to let them do their Fiendsmith line and nib them. Because I don't expect to get too much more. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, this is fine, though. What are they going to summon? Gamma? Or, I mean, Driver? Or Wattail, or Summon Skull, or Beast of Talwar. I don't really care about any of that. Okay, Driver, yeah. True Light can also summon in attack mode. Okay, so I was mistaken about that. But as I was saying, yeah, Nib, I want to make the, like, against this deck, there's not many other use cases I'm going to get for Nib. So I figure I might as well just use it now. I'm going to wait for them to summon Sequence before I nib them. That'll give me maximum efficiency while giving them minimal stats. They're summoning Engraver, which is definitely fine with me, although a little bit unexpected. I would have thought they were just going to go Driver plus Lacrima into Sequence. Really hoping they go these two into Sequence. Cool. They're probably going to try to use this to make Lars. Alright. I will give you a 0 defense Nibiru token. And if you have follow-up, it can be ashed. Because they do still have a normal summon. Oh, they don't have a normal summon. Oh, they normal summon Serendipity, that's right. And then they roared for Driver. So this actually is totally fine for me. I was about to say, even if they go into Primite stuff, I can just ash it. That's the other reason why I wanted to nib them here before I ashed. But I don't even have to worry about that, so we're cool. We can just chill. Or if they have a maxi for my turn, I can ash that. Oops, sorry, I bumped my desk there with my elbow. I wish my chair went up more. I need to, next time I get a new chair, I need to make sure it goes up more to avoid that happening more often. It's a fine draw. That's a really good draw, actually, now that I think about it. We have access to all of our engines here. Let's start with Millennium stuff. Yeah, I'm always terrified when I see Maxi on my nib because I assume they're going to have like another Maxi too for my turn. Some people do just take the draw too though, which I get in certain situations. Am I gonna Ash this? Okay. Well, okay, if I think it's Fiendsmith control, then I think they are gonna be on the Fiendsmith in Paradise. I guess the question is, do I want to Ash this now and definitely not have to deal with Fiendsmith in Paradise? Or do I take the risk of them having like Maxi or Fua in hand? I'm gonna Ash this, because even if they have Maxi or Fua in hand, I can give them one draw and still end on a pretty good setup myself. Because I am actually playing Sinful Spoils of Betrayal Silvera in this deck. So I have Maxi plays under Diabellstar. That actually kind of makes me want to summon Diabellstar right now, especially because I saw Priority get passed over to them for a moment. Let me think about this though, because if I summon Diabellstar now, I'm gonna get OSS. Well, they're only at 6k. I should probably just go for lethal here. If that's the case, I should summon Diabellstar now, and then just set OSS. And that plays around to Maxi / Fua the best here. Well, Maxi, not Fua. Hey, VSN Blaze. Thanks everybody who's come out and is watching today. I still think they have a Maxi. Yeah, you're gonna chain it to Lurie's draw. You think it's a Bestial? It could be a Bestial. That would also come out right here. Ah, you were right. It was a Bestial. Good call. You probably noticed, because Priority started getting passed to me mostly when or to them rather, when I had the Engraver in the yard. Oh my god, please don't have... Ash is your last card! That's brutal! Wow, that's devastating. Alright, so obviously we're going to run over the token. And they can crack back on the follow-up turn. We're just really going to have to hope they don't top deck anything here. I should have gone to main phase 2. I don't think I had any effects to activate, but I should have at least checked. That was kind of quick. Okay, it's Saronir. That's not the worst, honestly, because now I can just do OSS on the next turn. But they're going to go into Lars. So I'm going to need to have another play. Unless there's something scarier they could do. They could link into Moon, but Requiem and Sequence are both already in the yard. Oh, they have Engraver. Right, duh. They can just win here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they can just win here. How'd I forget about Engraver? RIP. Oh well. What's up, Trust Funded? Yeah, I hope everybody is having a good Friday today. Got Yu-Gi-Oh'd. Well, it happens, dude, you know? I'm saying that because dude is the person's name. The way I said dude made it sound like I was throwing stank on it. Like, yeah, well, dude, that's just what happens. No. All right, let's jump right back in. 1 and 2 so far with pre-banless Snake Eye. This dual field is great. I don't have dinos, but I still love this field. I like how many players do the final attack with the middle monster. I haven't noticed that. Replays, I don't have any current plans for that, but as always, if you go to the Discord, you can submit to the viewer special. You can submit your replays there. I do that YouTube series every Monday. I show off replays there, so... It's ! Discord if you're not already in there to get the invite link. There's a channel under the Master Duel section called Viewer Special Submissions. I guess we might. I mean, it really is just going to depend on how long laddering takes more than anything else. But if laddering goes by kind of quickly, I was honestly kind of thinking about opening up a duel room with viewers. And putting together like another Goblin Biker deck or something. So obviously branded. They're gonna probably dump the tragedy yet. This is all ash bait. You know, the funny thing is, I actually maybe should have bluffed with Fuelos a little more in this hand. So that they wouldn't... I don't know if they suspect if I have ash or not right now. Because I did let priority slip over once, but I don't remember exactly what it was in response to. I think it was after the resolution of an effect, so that wouldn't give away Ash Blossom. Adding back Mercurier, that's annoying. There's the fusion. Excuse me. Sick. No call by. I didn't expect to see one. They tried to bait that out so hard. Thrust is interesting. I don't need to chain this to Thrust though, that's fine. I'd be a little surprised if we saw Razor Malice in the next pack, honestly. I'd be a little surprised if we saw it before Worlds in general. I guess they could do Mitsurugi. Okay. Saving our Fuwa. Don't have to use that just yet. I saw someone earlier say, oh, you should always shotgun Fuwa / Maxi. That was actually literally a prime example of why you shouldn't. And you might be wondering, oh, what's this Fuwa gonna do for you in your hand? Well, it's gonna get put in our spell trap zone for Wenju Temple, and then we can make a Block Dragon without having to, or not Block Dragon, Doom Dragon, without having to lose any of our, like, real resources. So, and that's a minor. That is a minor reason to save Fuwa Maxi. There are a ton of reasons to do it, but this was very clearly one of them. I wish I could have gotten them to use the deployment and been able to chain Fuwa, but I really don't think there was a way for that to happen here. Yeah, I'll add Golem, that's fine. Let's add another Golem. Oh yeah, we haven't gotten the new Six Samurai stuff yet. I wouldn't be surprised if that was in the next pack. I would expect Raziel / Malice probably after Worlds. I think Worlds is towards the end of August. That's my guess. I think the most competitive thing I could see us getting before Worlds is like maybe Orcust. Because they did already give us the new Punk stuff. They'll probably give us the new Dragon Maid stuff pretty soon here, if I had to guess. I'm just operating... I don't have any inside knowledge, by the way, at all. Not even anything remotely close. I'm, again, just operating under the assumption that they're not going to release anything that would hugely shake up the meta before Worlds. Because they typically don't do that. I could have shotgun it during our turn, yeah. Uncle Hex over at Konami. Are they going to make Lubellion? Is this just going to be Mirror Jade? Or are they going to go for Rendebrum? Probably just Mirror Jade here. Oh, they have Mercurier too, that's right. Battle Wasp. Does Battle Wasp have more new stuff that hasn't come up yet? How does Battle Wasp get support like every 6 months and still just completely suck as a deck? I feel like they get support every 6 months. I don't know. I feel like every other time I see a new card announcement, it's always a random new Battle Wasp card, and it's like, okay, cool. Deck is still ass, but sure, fine. See, add the temple. They get a few. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, I knew about their Whirlwind card. I didn't know that wasn't in MD yet. I thought they got that already. Hey, thanks, Leprechaun. Sounds like a good rug. I guess we don't even need to place Fua. We can still normal Fua and use it as a material, potentially, coming up here. We're just going to push Mirror Jade into the back row. That'll force its effect. Then we don't have to deal with the board wipe. Also, they won't be able to summon another Mirror Jade while it's in the back row because they'll still have one on the field. I'm pretty sure is how that works. Oh, they're going to use the Mercurier. That's fine. We force a hand trap here, either way. Or both? Also fine with me. Sending Alba Lunatus. That recovers a fusion card, right? Yes, or polymerization. Oh no, it adds it from deck to hand. Okay. Okay, so they negated and banished my Doom Dragon. Now they're going to summon Albaz. Which I don't know why they banished Doom... Well, because they already have Mirror Jade up. So what are they going to summon here? Can they make something with Sengenjin or Golem? Can they make a Titaniclad with Sengenjin? They can, okay. No, it's Rendebrum. Oh, because it's a Beast Warrior. Oh, that's bad. Ooh, that's bad. Okay. Rendebrum is scary. I don't like dealing with Rendebrum. I did click on Requiem, right? Okay, good. This negates and bounces, right? Yes. Oh, they're doing it now? Thank you. Okay, cool. I am completely fine with that. Ooh, no responses from the opponent. Love to see that. Just said the Fua. I don't know why I said the Golem. Well, I could still normal summon Fua. Fua draws would have gone hard. I would have had to have shotgunned Fua during my own draw phase. To be fair, we did know about the face down fusion trap card, so I probably should have done that. Although having the normal summon, it probably won't matter. I guess there could be a world where it matters, but we probably don't live in that world. Can I even win on this turn? Limits the interaction. Branded is like one of the literal handful, like maybe 3 decks in the meta where I would say I should have considered shotgunning Fua during my own draw phase. I don't think, generally speaking, it is a good idea to shotgun Fua during your own draw phase. But this is a situation where I should have done it because I knew specifically they could special summon during my turn from the extra deck. Let's get Oak here. Doesn't matter. Oh wait, nope, I want this one. I could still put Mirror Jade in the spell trap. Okay, that actually makes me feel a lot better. Sunlight Wolf back the Doom Dragon and resummon. Ooh, I like the way you think. We could do that. Wait, did we do that during this turn though? Oh, it's also banished. Also, we did do the effect during this turn. Like, we could resummon, but we couldn't do this, the push into a spell trap. This only pulls back from graveyard, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Alright, so in that case, I guess we'll just make IP, get our bodies. Because we're still gonna, I don't think we're gonna be able to OTK is a thing. Maybe we can. Maybe this is enough. Hang on, I'll do some math here after I summon these. A good player would have done the math before doing the summons, but... Also, I shouldn't summon Flambridge into this zone, but I didn't leave myself any options here. I think I have lethal here. Let's see, they're 8k, 12. Okay, so if I go, this is 2,000 defense. So if I go here to here, and then I can do 13, 12 is 25, 55. No, that's not lethal. 65. Yeah, no, that's like 7,200. Unless... I wonder if I should just go for it anyway. I'm just going to battle here anyway because I'm starting to run a little bit low on time. And the only way I'd be able to link some is if I link away Flambridge or Prom Princess, and that won't get me more damage. So we're going to battle here. We need to take Diabell Star over here. That's going to trigger Alibur, which I actually don't really care about on any of these monsters. I guess, yeah, I should have put Rinbrom in the spell trap with Diabell Star first. That definitely would have been ideal. It's gonna have to be fine, though. I didn't like that. What was that effect they got asked to activate? Probably the Rinbrom effect, yeah. Could make a format Appaloosa, could make a rank 8 as well as a format Appaloosa. That's actually not a horrible idea. Could make an SP and banish. Actually, this is just Link Rebo, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll just make an SP, I guess. I'll leave the Flambridge up. Oh, but I won't be able to banish out of the graveyard. Oh, I could have if I summoned Link Rebo. You know what? Okay, I'll make SP. No, I misclicked, rip! If I hadn't misclicked, I would have had enough time. That's on me. Oh well. I wonder if I'll have enough time to use Appaloosa's effect here. Probably not. Wait, I got 2 seconds back. I can Appaloosa the Albaz. Oh wait, no, it's not summoning Albaz, it's summoning Rindrum. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that I would have had enough time to negate. I knew I had enough time for at least one. Okay. Dang, that sucks. There should also be an SP here. I could pull Mirror Jade to my field. I can't use the Vanish effect, though. Actually, no. Let's keep Mirror Jade there for the time being so they can't just summon another one. Oh, I kind of want to switch back to... Well, not back to. I haven't been playing it yet today. But I kind of want to switch to Sprite after this. I guess, to be fair, we have lost all of our coin flips so far. I was about to be like, somehow playing Stink Eye hasn't been going well, but we haven't gone first yet. Which, I don't know, you don't need to go first to always do super well, but would help. That's really annoying. Oh, I should have activated Prom Princess, because Prom Princess is special summoned from the extra deck there. So this would be affected by it. Dang. I was just like, oh, Promethean Princess is an extra deck monster, so that doesn't work here, but it would have. Because Promethean Princess is in the graveyard. It's not a monster summoned from the extra deck. Okay, we'll have time too. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. How about... No. Oh, yeah, you can just do that. Do I want... Yeah, I'll take their Mirror Jade. Oh, now I won't have room for my... Yeah, I will. Never mind. No, I won't have room for my things. That was dumb. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way you don't bounce Appaloosa there. Ugh, so bad. Alright, well, we're out of disruption, unfortunately. And, they still have a bunch of stuff they can do. We do still have a bunch of strong monsters on the field, but... Yeah, I think they just have it here. I want to switch back over to Sprite after this, I'm really not gonna lie. Even though I think it'll be our rank down game. I don't know. To be fair, I made it from pretty much Diamond 5 all the way up here to Master 2 with only Fiendsmith Sprite. I had to go M5 to M4 with Memento briefly, but... Yeah, they just have it here. I'll let them finish me off, though. Wait, do they? Have they attacked with... Oh, yeah, they haven't attacked with this yet. Alright. I'm gonna switch back. I don't want to play this anymore. Yeah. Let's play Sprite. Let's see if we can actually win coin flips. That would be nice. Oh, it's not my ranked down game just yet. That's fine. All the better. Still not winning coin flips, though. Okay, we got Droll plus Ash. It's a pretty good going second. Start. It's a 60 card deck. I'm gonna let this Singen resolve. I'm not gonna Ash it. I'm gonna Droll when they add off it. And that'll definitely be really bad for them. Plus then if they try to go OSS, I can still Ash. Or we could Ash the Requiem, that works too. Okay, so they've used their normal. They can still, yeah, summon Golem. That's fine. Because even if they go into Moon, they can't go into Requiem anymore. They can't add the Wedju Temple, so they can't make Doom Dragons. So they can't make a rank 8. Unless they have Wedju Temple on hand, which they could. Are they going to link into SP? Yeah, okay. Okay. SP pass, let's go. Another Droll. That's actually not bad at all, because we can definitely play through this. And sure enough, they have a Max C. Actually, Draw Phase Max C totally backfired against them, because now I can Engraver and get all the searches that I need to, and then Droll. So there's another point against Draw Phase Max C in this stream. Cooked Bread 101, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's so fine. That is so fine. That is exactly what I wanted to happen. We got plenty of materials for our Ronin. Let's start making some Link/rank 2s. You know what? We won't be able to add off of Jet. That might actually be fine, though. I think we might actually have enough damage here. Okay, they're just going to concede. That's fine. Would we have had enough damage? So, 2 Nimble Beavers in attack mode. Beaver plus Sprint into Gigantic. That's 32. Detach for God, it'd have to be for like Jet or Blue anyway, even if they don't get to add. That wouldn't have been... Oh, they were on 4K. Yeah. Good call, good call. I always assume my opponent's at 8K. I always forget about paying for Millennium stuff. Oh, we're somebody's final boss. Oh, we're still not winning the coin flip. God, can I catch a break here today, please? Ronan is banned in the TCG, yeah. Is totally still legal in the TCG? Because I know they banned Bahamut Shark. Tell me the TCG didn't ban Ronan and Bahamut and Elf all just to keep totally legal. Classic TCG. Classic TCG. Let's ban 3 cards to keep the broken Omni Negate / Steal effect legal. Elf is banned in OCG, to be fair. Yeah, because they didn't ban Merly. They didn't do the smart ban. That should be fair. This Master Duel ban came after all the other ones. Well, Kekalos is banned. They could bring Elf back in the OCG and it would be fine. Let's be real. OCG is terrified of level 2s. By the way, because I didn't even fully realize how badly Sprite was hit in the OCG until pretty recently. Because Jet just went from 1 to 2. They still have Blue and Starter at 1, on top of Elf also being banned. Like, wow. The Sprite hate is unreal. That was really suspicious that they... I think that's not the most suspicious that they leave those 2 on the field, I guess. Not going into Zombie Vamp is kind of wild there. No, it's not actually, because I drolled them. That makes sense. Never mind. I'm... just simply wasn't thinking. OCG banning Appa was weird, honestly. Because the only of, like, any one of like the top 10 decks in the OCG that even used Appaloosa was Malice, and even then Malice, from what I understand, that iteration of Malice doesn't even really summon Appaloosa unless it's like a very specific, you know, opening hand. So I mean, I get it. I'm not saying that Appaloosa isn't an inherently overpowered effect. I just think it's a really weird time because, like, it definitely seems like Appaloosa was helping rogue decks keep up with the meta, and now they just don't have that tool, which that feels really bad to me. That's one of the main reasons why I've kind of not been a fan of the idea of an Appaloosa ban, is I think in the long run, it does hurt rogue decks more than it hurts meta decks. But it is a very broken effect. I don't know. I have nuanced feelings about Appaloosa. I don't know, I just feel like a lot of people, like... I just wish people would think more critically about it. I do feel like a lot of people kind of come at it with the opinion of, like, card I don't like ban, yay. And I just, like... I don't know. Because I say, oh, it's a bit of a weird time, and people are immediately like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Not you, not people here in chat. I'm talking about, like, I've seen it in other spaces where people are like, oh, blah, 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 what, you like Appaloosa? You think this card is fine and balanced? Pff, you know nothing about game design, like that whole mentality. And it's just like, I mean, there's a nuance to it, right? Like with anything, it's important to acknowledge that. Game balance discussions in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are so bizarre to me, because they're the most prevalent, they're the most heated, and they're the least useful towards actually getting better at this game. And yet, well, as I just mentioned, they're the most prevalent and most heated forms of Yu-Gi-Oh! Discourse. This is just a Shadow Mosquito OTK, right? Yeah, this is just a Shadow. Like, I searched the Gameverse, we'll just Shadow Mosquito them. Meta decks will always use the broken cards better than rogue decks anyways. No. This is kind of what I was talking about, actually. Because as I just mentioned, if you actually look at OCG top decks, again, the only OCG deck using Appaloosa at all right now is Malice. And if you know anything about how Malice in the OCG plays, the only time they summon Appaloosa is off of very specific, I think even 2-card combos in their opening hand. So, no, that's actually exactly incorrect and exactly what I was talking about. When I say that, like, there is more there's more critical thought that should be going into this analysis than card I don't like ban me cheer. Oh, I forgot about the Kingsark! This is damage step. I can't chain Carrot. Even if I could chain Carrot, I wouldn't even have the ability to battle over it. Or I wouldn't be able to have enough attacks to do the effect. I was too busy ranting. I wasn't paying attention. Whatever. We'll just battle over their field. The Light itself is a 1-card combo, but you need an extender to beat Nib. Okay, that's why I thought it was a 2-card combo. Meanwhile, Link Karibo banned in the TCG, and Baron and Borreload. That's actually, Baron and Borreload are a great example of what I was talking about. So many people cheered when Baron and Borreload got banned, but, like, historically, the only thing Borreload and Baron did in the TCG was make Snake Eyes decks better. Should I be making IP here? Yeah, I'll make IP. All that did was... No. Because they're just going to activate Kingsark. Well, I can Carrot Chain to pop the Elf. No, I need to make SP now and get rid of the Kingsark so they don't summon. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Baron Borreload ban was horrible for the format. Because although those cards were played prevalently in Snake Eye, a lot of people were actually kind of figuring out at the time that that wasn't even the optimal way to play Snake Eye, funnily enough. And furthermore, that again is another example of rogue decks having a harder time keeping up. Because I'm starting to see, you know, the rhetoric around Baron changing, you know, in like MD social media spaces, right? You're seeing a lot more people acknowledge that, like, hey, you know, Baron's actually not really that generic. It's not really played in that much right now. And it's like, yeah, that was actually always the case, but Omni Negate Bad was such like a prevalent talking point that nobody really cared. Nobody cared that it wasn't correct that, you know, Baron wasn't actually that prevalent. Baron bad, card I don't like need to be banned. That's all. I don't know. And again, I'm not saying everybody's like this, but it's a large amount of the discussion. It's why I find Yu-Gi-Oh! Discussion so difficult to get into. Because I just don't feel like a lot of it is coming from a place of like objective criticism. And also, again, I see so many people like putting down others for I don't know. I just always think of actually, hang on. Let me think about this for a second. If what is Sylphanore's graveyard effect again? Target Chris trying to control destroy it. If you do special summon this card, so gonna pop their thing. They're gonna. This is fine. I'm not gonna chain. I'll let them synchro off the Tristaros. Because I was thinking about if I wanted to SP to bounce out the Tristaros, but... No, I think I'm just kind of screwed here. Also, I can buy the argument that Baron is generic. I've never understood people who think Borreload is generic. Like, needing to make a Link monster, get it into the graveyard, and then afterwards synchro for 8 is a fairly specific set of hoops to jump through. I would not personally call that generic. I think that is, again, an intentional misrepresentation, IMO. I mean, that's the other thing. I guess that's the real point I was getting at with why it's hard for me to take some people seriously. I should have SP'd bounced that Tristaros when I was first thinking about it. Is that I do not at all put it past the majority of people in Yu-Gi-Oh! Spheres to disingenuously argue their point to try to make it. I do think that people will say things they don't generally believe. Why didn't I nib there? Because I don't really need to. I do actually think that a good portion of people who are very vocal in like Yu-Gi-Oh! Twitter spheres or social media spaces will genuinely like say things they don't fully believe. I mean, that's what baiting is, right? Like, okay, so if I SP chain on, oh my god, I totally screwed this up. That was yapping instead of playing. I could bounce out my own elf and then nib them, but then they still have the infinity negate. So I should try to bounce out the infinity and force it. I should have bounced out elf and infinity. I don't like they didn't Tristaros there. That means they can still... I guess even if they do it in response to nib, it's like... I still get their stuff. I don't think I want them to have Ellis Skeletus. I think I'll just nib them here. Also, we have 10 seconds left. Oh, well, they're gonna get to Synchro anyway. Oh, no, well, it doesn't matter if they Synchro for Baron here, because I just eat it anyway. Borreload was a casualty of Super Heavy Samurai, Manadium, and Snake Eye. The problem is that, like, Borreload wasn't the most broken part of Super Heavy Samurai or Manadium or Snake Eye. Like, I think we can all agree Manadium in the grand scheme... Oh, fuck, they can bring this back, really? I think we can all agree that Manadium in the grand scheme of things really is not an issue, as the deck sees zero play anymore. And I don't know, I don't really think it was ever... I'm talking about Master Duel here. Again, I'm not as privy to paper play, but I don't really see Manadium, even in paper play, as being so strong that it requires bans, personally, but... Obviously, Super Heavy Samurai had a lot of things wrong with it. I thought that was another really weird TCG ban, was the Scarecrow. Soul Piercer Limit, I don't know, seems really, really obvious to me. I don't know how the TCG kind of fucked that up, but sure. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a complete fuck up. It kind of was, though, because without Scarecrow, the deck doesn't really have the ability to do all of its lines, but with limited Soul Piercer, it still can. It's just a lot less consistent, and it is weaker. The lines are weaker with limited Soul Piercer, but they're still doable. I mean, it's like I said in the video where I talked about the ban list with Oak on it. I'm never in favor of a ban list killing decks. TCG loves doing that with their ban lists, but I think that's always the wrong call. And I think Master Duel, God, this hand is good. I think Master Duel has definitely proven that there are absolutely hits you can make that curb a deck's power level without making it just not worth playing whatsoever. Alright, yeah, this hand's actually ridiculous. Well, the thing is, too, the TCG, like, so obviously nukes stuff not for the health of the game, but to sell them packs. And people will acknowledge this and say, yes, that is right, and yes, that is shitty, but TCG is still better for the way it does things. And I'm like, wow, you need to stop drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. That's actually absurd. Yeah, that is one of the most egregious hits from the TCG, banning Isolde to not even remove from the format, but curb Exodia decks is like... And the fact that people think that's a good hit... Again, that just makes me not want to discuss Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitively with like a large swath of the player base. People like unironically saying that, no, that was a fine hit. Or, like, even worse is, I've made that argument to people of, like, no, this just hurts rogue decks like Infernoble. And people always pull out the, well, yeah, I don't like playing against Infernoble, so it's fine. But the thing is, they always try to phrase it in a way that sounds objective, right? The big word I always hear is unfun. People always say, well, it's an unfun deck, so it needed to go. And it's like, how can you possibly use the word unfun so objectively? Do you not realize that fun is quite literally the most subjective thing in the world? Just the way that unfun gets thrown around in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community is like an argument ender. Like, well, but it's unfun, you know? And it's like, okay, to who? You? I think Infernoble Knights is fun. But I mean, that's a human thing, right? Just like, I don't know. I was gonna say, I keep wanting to say disingenuously arguing, but maybe it is more than that. Maybe some people just like, I don't know. Is there any way to say this without sounding arrogant? Believe the things they say is what I was about to say, but whatever. Yeah, see, you say Runic is unfun. I think Runic is really cool. When used as an archetype of instant fusions to do cool synchro stuff. Okay, what should I go into? Probably just Goddess here. Oh, do I really? Oh, because they negated, right? I was like, why don't I have Droll? Or not Droll, jeez. Jet is what I meant to say. Oh, I can't even make Goddess here, can I? I could make another elf. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. Could be worse, could play Magic. Honestly, well, is that really fair to say? I was about to be like, you could just stop and say it could be worse, you could be playing Magic, which is not something I always felt about MTG. It's really not, but It is something I feel about MTG as of the last, like 5, 6 years, maybe. Nah, maybe not quite that long, 4 or 5 years. Arena feels bad to play. Commander feels bad to play. The only Magic format that I think still feels good to play is Draft. Good, thanks. Thanks, game. Draw phase back C! Fine. Do I even want to try to play through that? Why are they playing Lightning Storm and Blue Eyes? That makes 0 sense. Let me think about this for a second. Special Jet. I could Special Jet, give them one... Well, I could give them 2 draws and get 2 negates. But that's not really worth it. Is it? It might be, actually. Hey, Meeps. Hope you are doing well. Otherwise, I could Special Jet for starter. I could just try to go for it. Like, go for... Yeah, maybe I will go for it. MTG went downhill when it embraced Arena. I'm gonna take it one step further back, actually. And this might be... I don't know if this will be a hot take to anybody in chat, but I'm gonna say what people said way back when it was very first announced. I think Universes Beyond was the beginning of the end for Magic. As far as like how I felt about it as a game. And I think for a long time, and I didn't think that at first. I had an inkling of that at first. When they announced the very first one, The Walking Dead Universes Beyond, I was like, wow, this really doesn't feel good at all. But I didn't really think it was the death of MTG. Wow, that sucks. Wow, that Ghost Ogre is brutal. But I never really thought of it as like the... I kind of want to concede to that, honestly. I will. I didn't really think of it as like the death of MTG at the time, but looking back, that was absolutely the beginning of the end. And I think to a degree I could recognize that. Not that it was going to be the end, but more that like there was a pretty good like if the end quote unquote were coming, this would be a pretty good sign of it. And it did end up being a pretty good sign that things were going to go in a not great direction. Holy shit, we won a coin flip. Only took us an hour and a half. Yeah, that first Walking Dead Universes Beyond, where they said these are going to be legal, unique cards based off this IP that you can't get anywhere else. Also, we don't plan on reprinting them. And everyone was like, I was one of those people that was like, that sounds really fucking sketchy. I don't know. Magic cards have become Funko Pops. That is 100% accurate. You are exactly correct. Yes. MTG has become Funko Pops. I do not care about this Joel and Lockbird. I'm not even going to call by it. That is so unbelievably fine with me. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad, honestly. But, yeah, MTG cards have just... Another thing, and... this started even before Universes Beyond, but another way in which Magic, I think, really went wrong was, somebody said earlier that they leaned too hard into Arena. I think, not quite. I think they leaned too hard into Commander, which Commander is also a decent part of Arena, or just that kind of, you know, format of singletons with the Commander. Commander was really fun and cool when it was like a player-driven format that was trying to find the best combination of singleton cards that worked, you know, that were being designed for like standard and stuff. When Magic started designing cards for Commander, that immediately kind of took, for me, all of the fun out of the format. As soon as they started making those Commander cards that did stuff from the command zone and got really meta with it, it was like, okay, this isn't fun anymore. It's no longer, because it's no longer about like trying to make a cute strategy work with, again, a bunch of tools that were designed for like constructed 4 of 60 card decks. Now everything is designed to be played in Commander, and it no longer feels like the player's format. It's just yeah, it's not. Although I will say, to be fair, one thing I also didn't like about Commander was the rules committee. So I don't know, I do feel kind of conflicted in that regard. I just didn't like that such a prevalent format, and I know with Commander you can always kitchen table your own rules and your own ban lists and stuff, but it did always feel weird to me that the biggest format of Magic was just kind of decided by some arbitrary guys. And yeah, I mean, towards the end, it just felt like they were deeper and deeper in WotC's pocket, and now WotC makes all the decisions for Commander, so yay. Yeah, I totally agree that, like, even if I was like about the rules committee as a concept, I do agree that the way they were ousted was extremely not great. I think I might actually start playing a second SP in this deck. So I'm about to make SP again, and like, I wouldn't mind having another one to go into and not have to always go into Underworld Goddess. In 10 years' time, they went from 4 Commander Precons to 20. I didn't know there were that many. That's not surprising, but like, goddamn. Card design as a whole just went so downhill in the last decade as well. There's that infamous infograph that shows you, like, number of cards banned in Magic the Gathering per year since the release, and like, before 15, 16, you would see, like, you know, you'd have maybe 1 or 2 cards every, like, 4 or 5 years would have to get banned from Magic, right? With a few exceptions. But I don't know, yeah, then starting around 2015, 2016, it was like multiple cards every single year had to get banned. Wait, why did I call by their Fua here? They totally just caught me completely unawares. There's no reason for me to do that. Oh yeah, the proxy debacle, the alpha proxy debacle. How you can, yeah. Oh yeah, paying $1,000 for 4 proxy alpha packs. That was also just so brutally bad. I don't think I need to explain why that one's bad, but yeah. I should have some of this in attack mode because I have the burst face down. I mean, really, because if you look at it, Wizards of the Coast got bought by Hasbro in what, like 2012, 2013? So yeah, it was just a few years after they got bought by Hasbro that it started being more about the money than the game. Which, how sad is it that, like, I don't know. It's just sad. For a long time, Wizards of the Coast was like the paragon of how a card game company should, like, interact with its community and design its game, you know, etc., all this stuff. It was like the example. But alas. Yeah, the Final Fantasy set is really cool, I agree. I go from just like being like, Magic sucks, Wizards of the Coast set, or Wizards of the Coast sucks. Yeah, that new Final Fantasy set is cool, but hey, that's called having a nuanced opinion. What? They templed for Diabell Star and then now they're Wedju templing? That's fine. Placing Lacrima from hand? You're not gonna normal summon her? Question mark? Okay. Ooh, great draw. Phenomenal top deck there. I could even SP tag itself out with Sengenjen right now. Well, they could still summon Doom Dragon, right? But I could negate and destroy that with red. Yeah, I think this is the play then. Little Knight bumps itself out with Sengenjin. Ghost Ogre hits the Golem. They send these for Doom Dragon. They activate Doom Dragon effect. I negate and destroy with Sprite Red. Yeah, Magic's not the only card game company that's like milking its player base dry right now. Have y'all heard about that Hearthstone drama? This is totally fine. If they want to battle over IP, I'm so okay with that. When I say drama, I'm talking about the pet. Hearthstone, after how many years now, has finally introduced mates into the game, right? Which of course are a long and tried true part of Master Duel and Magic Arena and you know, other digital card games. And the way that you get the mate in Hearthstone, you don't just buy it in the shop. No. That would be too easy for Blizzard. See, what you have to do is you have to gamble for it. It's one of those gacha systems where you do pulls, right? The first pull is free, then the next one costs you... I'm not going to make up the numbers here. I'm going to totally make up these numbers, but the first pull is free, the next one costs you $3, then $5, then $10, then $20, so on and so forth, right? Your odds of pulling the mate from your free pull are like 0.01%. Egregiously low. There is a pity system, but only if you spend all of your rolls. And the total price for all of the rolls is like $160. And I think it's only within the last couple of rolls that you have like an over 50% chance of actually getting the mate. So you can get the first ever mate in Hearthstone for only $160. Now that by itself, while egregious, it's still like, fine, whatever, I just won't get the mate and that won't affect me. The game will still be the same, right? That's actually wrong, because Hearthstone took out most of the in-game boards. So Hearthstone has different boards that, unlike Master Duel, maybe they've changed it since I stopped playing, but you don't get to pick what boards you play on in Master Duel, right? Or in a Hearthstone, right? It's a randomly selected one, but they're all cool. They're all fun. They have little clickable interactive elements like Master Duel boards. But here's the thing, like I said, they're removing most of them because most of them aren't compatible with the new mate. So even if you don't want to whale $160 to get the new mate in Hearthstone, you still don't really get to play on as nearly as many of the boards anymore, which I think that's egregious. Like, the whole thing kind of sucks, but removing content that was already in the game as a means, not as a means of pushing, but as a result of your, over monetized gacha system is just really gross. Oh yeah, Marvel Snap. That one had recent pricing drama too. Yeah, Marvel Snap has a new card out that basically costs $100 if you don't want to spend more than a month grinding for it. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because while that specific issue with Marvel Snap is really bad with this one card in particular, that is also just an example of how Marvel Snap just has an issue with its model in general, which is, yeah, the fact that you don't get to have new cards unless you either grind for months and months and months or spend money. I tried to get into Marvel Snap. Well, there are a couple of reasons why I didn't get into Marvel Snap. That was one of the main ones, and the other one was oh shoot, I forgot the name of it now, but the zone that causes all of your cards to be played randomly for the rest of the game. The first time I got hit with that, I was like, okay, so I can never take this game seriously? That's cool. Yeah, because fun fact, there is a non-zero chance that in any given game of Marvel Snap, a location will be flipped over that causes an AI to take over for both players for the rest of the game. So you just have to watch a computer misplay your hand and lose the game for you. I mean, to be fair, both times I got hit with that location, I actually won the game, and I was still like, that's bullshit. That's complete and utter horse shit. Ego! Ego, that's what it is. I despise ego. Just as a concept. Again, I've only ever personally benefited from ego, and I still despise it as a concept. I collect action figures. My view of prices has become super messed up. My view of prices was super messed up when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Quitting Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG was like my come to Jesus moment about that when I was like, holy shit. I can't wait to spend $400 on Art Magia. Yeah, that sucks. Cool looking rogue deck. Let's make it all secret rare. Like, thanks, Konami, appreciate that. Swap Frog's actually not a horrible draw here at all. This board also was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I guess to be fair, they couldn't do most of their Fire King stuff because, Joel and Lockbird. Alestrals, yeah, the Clash Early Access is coming out pretty soon. That got announced today. I don't know what the date is, though. I should play more Clash on stream, actually. Maybe I'll do that on Sunday, because I am planning on streaming on Sunday as well. I'll try to actually make an announcement for it, unlike today's, but... all the 3-ofs and good monsters, it's so messed up. Well, especially because, like, you look at Art Megia and it feels like this is a new, like, Albaz lore kind of a thing. And it almost feels like they wanted to be like, alright, in case this is good someday, let's make everything secrets now, you know? Think about this for a moment. I think I do actually have to special summon Swap Frog here. But I could still go IP into SP. Maybe I should normal summon Ronin, or not Ronin, Nimble. Sure, we'll try it. They know if it's gonna be strong or not in a way. In a way, yeah, but knowing how much they know about their stuff is always hard to figure out, I feel like. Damn it, I knew they were going to do that. Okay, yeah, we lose. The thing is, specialing Swap Frog, I don't think really changes anything there. I guess I still would have had my normal. I could have normally read Special Blue. In the grand scheme of things, I think I still probably lose that game. Wow, today's climb has not been good so far, has it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, paper is of course planned in advance, but that doesn't mean they necessarily know what's going to be good in advance. Like, stuff is always going to get missed in playtesting. That's true of any game. That's not just true of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's true, like, literally all the time. Stuff is always going to get missed in playtesting. I would say, I don't know. It's hard to say how much they know, because they don't tell us anything about playtesting. Which, I mean, I don't know. I understand, but, like, at the same time, you could give us a little bit more insight. Like, you know, Magic does, or like many different card games do. But, well, because that's the thing, like, Magic's been doing, like, the state of design articles for, like, God, how long? Years. Forever, it feels like. And especially historically, I don't know how much they still do this, but especially historically, I've read multiple Magic articles where, you know, the design team will write and be like, yeah, this card really took us by surprise. We really didn't think it was going to take off, and it ended up being the best thing in the format. Or like, yeah, we really over-prepared for this one card or this one deck slash archetype because we thought it was going to be really good. It was good in testing. So that's why there's so many counters for it in this set, even though it didn't really pan out and is like a tier 3 deck. And I feel like you would never catch Konami saying something like that. I feel like they would never admit to something like that. The one time, I mean, we all kind of know about this, right? The one time they did try to give us insight on the ban list, it was like so obviously disingenuous that they never did it again because we all called them out on it. Wow. I did not expect Valor on sequence to actually end my opponent's turn, but I will definitely take it. Fantastic top deck. A little rough, but we'll try to play through that, I think. Alright, let's do Fiendsmith stuff first. See, I feel like this is one of those scenarios that people in the YouTube comments kind of point to where they're like, aha, see, this person shotgunned Max C and it's working out for them. And you say it's bad, Lex. To which I would say, yeah, it is still not good here because shotgunning or holding C wouldn't have made a difference. My first special summon was hugely telegraphed anyway. Like, I think that's what a lot of people kind of get in their head when I say that, like, shotgunning Maxi is bad. It's not that, like, activating it during the draw phase is a bad play that will cost you the duel, although sometimes that is actually true. It's more that there's no reason to do it during the draw phase. There's always going to be a better opportunity. So I think a lot of people see the Maxi, like, used during the draw phase be about as effective as one, you know, otherwise. And I'll admit there's a lot of time where the difference is minuscule, if even there at all, but again, it's more of the reason that there's kind of like no reason to do it. Going for a Maxi, you always shotgun that? I see, I gotta disagree with that. I think it is. I think it can be hand dependent. Don't get me wrong, but let me think about this for a moment. I'm trying to decide if I want to go into gigantic right away. I think I will. I'm already at 5 summons. Well, but giving them more draws makes it more likely than having it. Yeah, we'll do this now. Okay, we're out of nib range. We're not going to get threatened by that anymore, so that's good. No Valor, surely. We might be able to win anyway through Valor. Oh, wait, they didn't have it? Let's go. I think we have lethal on board. 14 times 4, well, that'd be 28 times 2, which is 56. 56 plus 5,000 minus 12 is 38. Oh, that's definitely lethal. Boosted sequence. Is it gonna be boosted? It's not, because they don't have Lacrim in the graveyard, right? Oh, but you're right. Gamma Burst will boost sequence. Thank you. I always forget about that. I always forget that Gamma Burst buffs their stuff as well. So we do actually need Yes, we need, like, pretty much one more body. Like, 500 more damage. So... I haven't normal summoned, right? So I could bounce swap, normal swap. Yeah, let's do it that way. Good call, Blaze. Blazo Doom, thank you. I appreciate that. Always forget that works on their stuff, too. I guess we could do one attack before a burst, yeah. Oh, what's up, April? Yeah, we could have done one attack before a burst. That would have done it, too. Whee! Wait, whee! There we go. We'll wait for damage step. Or damage calc. Yeah, because we put the extra body, it would have been fine here. But we didn't need the extra body. That did end up giving them a draw. Which, I mean, we already used Gigantic Stuff. They already used Dash. They already used a bunch of stuff. Valor wouldn't have mattered anymore. Imperm, they had Sequence up, so they couldn't use that. So, but there was no reason to give them an extra draw, you know? That is true. That is true. Okay. We lost that coin flip, right? Yeah, okay. We have Nib, I guess, if nothing else. How many, actually, let me go to Untapped real quick. How unlucky have we been today? I feel like we've won 2 coin flips. Oh, we won 3. Okay. Well, that's fine, I guess. What's up, Mewtwo? Welcome. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate you stopping by. You catching a stream. They added Aphis. Sorry, I was just looking at some other stuff here. Wasn't paying attention to what my opponent was doing. What did they set? Definitely tell I wasn't paying attention to what they were doing. Send. Okay, they set Aphis, right? Because they set, or they, yeah, sent it from hand. Okay, added tails. Okay, that's what. Am I gonna get a chance to nib them? Looks like I will. Because I think they always summon Murashilago before Ilia Sylvia. Unless they have other stuff. Ooh, they might have other stuff because they're adding Valor. That's interesting. Normally they would add... So the LZ'd for Sylvie. Sylvie to add Tails. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, they added Valor off of this, not the Tails. They sent the Tails. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. And they already had LZ as Amina, so that makes sense why they added Valor. Okay. God, I feel like I haven't played against White Forest in like 2 weeks. Actually, it feels like it's been longer. It's been like months since I played with this deck. Well, they know I have Nib now, but I don't really care about that. LZ as Amina, add Deception. Yeah, I just need to Nib before Ilia Sylvia hits the field, so probably... They attributed a Stellar. I feel like they're going to go for Ilia Sylvia early because they know I have Nib, so it almost makes me want to do it like now. Do I think they're going to be greedy or do I think they're going to be good? I feel like the longer I think about it, the more inclined I am to just activate this here. I can't even really makes a difference if I catch their Murashilago. Because they still have, yeah, an Azamina card in the graveyard. Yeah, now that I've already nibbed, you always go from Murashilago first. I just really think there might have been a chance they would have Ilya Sylvia'd, given they knew I had nib at that point. That's why I did it when I did it. The rest of this hand is interesting. As far as like playing through stuff and winning, we did open with Gamma Burst. It's not bad, but our like 2 situation is not ideal. Like we have a 2 and a Sprite, yeah, but it's Ronin and red. They don't really accomplish much of anything by themselves. We do have Engraver to help bait out some negates, but this is the kind of hand or the kind of situation where you really wanted the hand to be like swap blue Engraver Gamma Burst or something like that. The fact that it's Ronin and red again is kind of weak. Now, if we top deck blue, then we might be... Maybe we're talking. I don't know. It is also still kind of contingent on the normal summon not getting like removed to be able to special the sprites. Yeah, if this were swap instead of Ronin, this hand would be a million times better. But I mean, that's a given, of course, duh. Now, we do have the nib to use as a material for our stuff, which is not nothing when it comes to sprite comboing, because of course, as always, a 2 plus literally any monster is enough to go sprint, dump, angler, summon your 2 beavers, and get stuff going. But, yeah. Unfortunately, we're just never in a game state where Nibiru is going to do a lot here. Like, again, even if we had caught the Murashilago, it's not like Nib negates it. They still get to add. They still get to do Hollowed Azamina F from the graveyard. And... I'm trying to think if they would have still had a Sinful Spoils card to send. Not necessarily, maybe. Maybe I should have done that. Well, again, it was the question of were they going to make Murashilago or were they going to make Ilya Sylvia, and I just really thought they were going to make Ilya Sylvia there, which is why I nibbed. Man, I love competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes I get lost in a think tank like that, and I'm like, God, this is why I love this game. I love that there's no one right answer. A lot of players would get frustrated by that notion, and I totally understand that. Completely understand. But this is why I was an English kid in school and not into math. I hated math. I don't know, I like the idea of being able to bullshit my way to the answer in English. Math was so much more rigid. You either knew it or you didn't. But in English, you didn't have to know what you were saying. You just had to sound like you knew what you were saying. And sometimes playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Feels a little bit like that, where like, oh, I don't have to always know what I'm doing, but if I can at least be convincing, then I can, you know, make it. But love math and English. I just don't have a good brain for math. Well, I also think that, like, I don't know if dyslexia for numbers is a thing, but I suspect something of that nature might be rattling around in my head, because, like, phone numbers and ID numbers, if it's longer than, like, 4 or 5 digits, I have such a hard time getting the numbers in the right spots. I mean, I guess to be fair, nobody really remembers phone numbers anymore because cell phones exist, but I was always more of an English person. The other thing about math is that I kind of got screwed over by in school, and this is nobody's fault but my own, but like with the maths too, it feels like if at any point you slack off, you're like struggling to keep up forever. And maybe that's more true in like high school with like algebras and stuff. But, like, I feel like at some point in high school, I, like, slacked off a little bit during a quarter, and then math was so much harder for me for the rest of my high school career. And I guess a little bit into college. I didn't take a lot of math at all in college. In fact, I literally did the bare minimum that they made me do. I was like, I am not doing one course more than whatever you're making me do. But, when it comes to maths, but yeah, no, yeah, like I said, I feel like I slacked off for one quarter in high school and then I was behind forever. Dyscalculia? I think I have actually heard that, yeah. Oh, they have wanted too? They actually just had wanted. Okay, so it wouldn't even be mattered. Okay. I mean, I guess that's good to know. It doesn't really change any of the planning, because obviously I didn't know they were going to have wanted in hand. Unless they... Well, no, they didn't search that with Diabellstar, because they would have said it. They just played that from hand. We're, like, so screwed here. We're so unbelievably screwed. I feel like we nibbed their board and it got better. That's not actually what happened, but... Nibiru actually did nothing, because the Diabell is still here and my nib is gone. So my degree, I will say I did not finish it. But I was going for both literature studies and post-secondary education. I was going to be basically a high school English teacher and work my way up to a college professor, but then life changed. But I don't know, I guess I still did a decent bit with, well, again, I didn't get a degree, but with my education. Because I was able to work as a bookseller for a while. Well, I probably could have gotten that job even if I didn't or wasn't in school, but working as a bookseller was so much fun. That's like one of the only jobs I've had where I'm like, I loved the work, I just hated the company that I worked for. I mean, I've hated other companies I've worked for, but in those situations, I was also not a fan of the work I was doing. When I was buying books, the process of buying books was so much fun, but I despised that I had to rip people off for a living. The fact that it was my job to rip people off really did not make me feel very good. And also just like, God, there are so many situations where like, you know, people would come up and be selling me stuff, and like, I don't know, you could just kind of tell that they needed to like roll well as far as like how much their books were worth, and yeah, didn't feel good. I don't know why I'm still playing this duel. Also, quit an English degree. Books are good. Graduate with an English degree and went on to do public relations. Going back, I don't know. I'm so deeply entrenched in other things that going back would be very difficult. I'm not even just talking about streaming or YouTube either. I'm just like the current job I'm working at, which that I won't get into as much just for privacy reasons. But if it was a thing, and I have actually talked with them about this before, if it was a thing where work was paying for school, I would be way more on board with that, but unfortunately, I don't foresee that happening in the near future. But I also don't need it to happen either. It's fine. Okay, so because I have Starter, and I can use Starter to get a 2 and then go into this stuff, I'm actually going to start with my Fiendsmith stuff. If I didn't have Starter, I would normal summon Angler here, but because we have Starter, I'm going to start with Larry. 8 Axis for the win. It's a great name. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. 8 Axis is a cool deck. I'm a little disappointed in myself that I didn't play it when MD was still in the early stages and that deck was still like pretty viable. 8-Axis did used to be a legit meta threat when Master Duel again like first came out. It wasn't like a tier 1 deck by any means, but you could make an argument for it being tier 3 in like Master Duel's initial format. If not tier 3, like upper rogue at the worst. Hang on, what's in here again? Okay. I was trying to remember what I started with. It was normal summon Lurie. That's right. Okay. I have a research master's degree in history and I work as basically a government paralegal. Yeah, it is kind of funny the positions you roll. I've often joked with people, because this kind of happened to me too. That you go to college to roll into something completely different from your degree. Like the end goal is still, you know, a career, but it's so like it's just so often with people that, you know, it's not the one that they set out for. I could actually special summon red here, which is not a bad idea. I think I'm gonna do it. Daddy Robin, thank you for the follow. CJ, I got the Dino Field yesterday. So I got it before the stream started, but the music is awesome. I'm like digging it way more than I thought I would. It was Imperm was their hand trap, not a monster card. Okay, that's fine. That's annoying, but I don't really care that much. I think the main thing I have to decide... Yeah, no, I'll just special summon blue here, and then go into sprint. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Let me think for a second. So, because I'm just thinking, like, I could make Jin Buster, but I already have Red up, and I could just use Starter for Carrot. Yeah, I think it'd be greedy to try to make Jin Buster. Would it? Because I might actually end up with enough bodies. Like, if I special Jet, right, and then make Jin Buster, and then boom, boom, sprint. I'm going to try it. I don't know if this was right or not, but I'm going to try it. I think it actually is, because I think I'll end up with enough bodies that... If I don't make Jin Buster, I'll have to do something kind of awkward, like, make an SP on my turn one. I won't have to do that, but that would be, yeah. It's weird. It's as weird as it sounds. I really do think second SP might actually just be correct in this deck, just because of how many turns you can make it on turn one and still want to go into it on turn two. I love Jin Buster though. I in YouTube comments I see people all the time being like, "Why don't you play Melfi Engine?" And one of the biggest reasons I prefer Jin Buster over Melfi Engine is for the ability to make Jin Buster like mid combo. Now, granted, in this situation, we didn't have to make Jin Buster. We could have sat on red. But there are a lot of games where you'll start with, like, you know, like if starter's your only opening card, well, not even necessarily opening, but like if you have starter plus another 2, for example, you could just go starter blue Jet for the Jin Buster and like normal summon Nimble Beaver and then pop off with a negate up, which you cannot do if you're playing the Melfi, you know, stuff instead of Jin Buster. Can't detach from Jin Buster here. Jin Buster does need both of its materials. Yeah, we can summon Swap Frog. You know what's really funny is I could actually do a bit more deck thinning by bouncing Swap Frog. Oh, that'd actually give me more bodies too. Let's do it. Yeah, let's bounce Swap Frog and special by sending the remaining Angler in our hand. This not only gets the last Beaver out of our deck, but also gets the last Swap Frog out of our deck. We can even be cute and chain block. Not that it matters at all here, but... I'm actually very glad I made Jin Buster now. We are going to have more than enough bodies. We have 2 Swap Frog in here. No, we only have 1. We still have 1 more left in our deck. Yes, we do still have one more left in our deck, meaning that I can go into Elf and then special Swap Frog here. You gotta be careful about that, because if you activate Swap Frog's effect, at that point you do have to send, and if you don't have one left in your deck, you're gonna have to send the one that's on the field to the graveyard. So do always check for that before you activate Swap Frog's effect. Make sure you still have one in deck. But yeah, now we can, like, actually, you know what I could do is I could just summon Ronin now, and then we'll go Ronin plus Swap to make the IP. Because if I had summoned Ronin, well, if I had just gone the 2 swaps into IP, then I would only be able to summon back 1 Ronin at a time. That's actually something you kind of have to watch out for if you're like, it's not like necessary to comboing, but it is necessary to like optimizing your sprite inboards. Is like really watching the order that you go in. Okay, I think I will make SP here. Will I? So if I special Ronin and then link into SP and then starter for Carrot, I won't be able to then special Red with Elf right away during my opponent's turn, but I think that's actually fine. Now we do still have Underworld Goddess as our second IP target, so going into SP here is fine. But there are a lot of times where I would prefer to go into this another SP as opposed to Underworld Goddess. We'll just leave Gigantic up. Okay. That actually normally doesn't take me that long to do that line. I was just kind of yapping. Well, I also stopped and thought about the Djinn Buster play for quite a bit. It's Memento. Wow, I actually really wish I would have had SP still here. Being able to banish this right now would be really good. That's fine though. Normal Summon Goblin is fine. I don't need to chain to that. This is fine too. They're gonna send Gaddock and Sleepy probably. I'll probably just Djinn Buster the Gaddock when it tries to come back. Yeah. That's a pretty easy negate. Perfect. Now, there we go. All right. At that point, we just Elf revive the red, still have a monster negate up. Okay, that wasn't bad. So that was a pretty standard going first right game, and that was our opponent's rank up game. So we got to crush somebody's dreams along the way. Yeah, it's part of the game. It's part of the game. I almost never win my first M1 rank up. Whenever I'm ranking up to Master 1 specifically, I never win the first one, it feels like. But yeah, it would be kind of interesting if they dropped the... Oh, this hand kind of sucks. This hand actually really sucks. Unless we get Swap Frog, and this hand is cracked. Hey, it's Memento again. With only one Ash Blossom, am I just gonna Ash the Tatsuno? I guess, yeah. Help, I just realized they can play Atlantean Sprite and only have one UR craft. Yeah, Atlantean's got quite a few twos. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, there's no way they didn't have follow-up here. Does Swap Frog save this hand? Yeah. Would it be the best possible top deck? Starter might be better, actually. It's going to depend on what our opponent ends on. I mean, that's the thing about Memento. Like, I mean, I have an idea of what Memento end boards look like, but but does our opponent? Because I've had so many, not so many, but I've had more than my share of games where, you know, I'll be like, my Memento opponent gets to go off. I'm so cooked here. And they ended on Combined Creation plus Cranium Burst Pass and nothing else. Okay, never mind. We're golden. What other decks are like that? It was on the tip of my tongue. There's at least one other deck. I can't think of what it is. It's an interesting 2 cards to add off of Twin Dragon. They added a Kirin. I'm trying to think of reasons why you would ever want to put a Kirin in your hand and not just send it to the graveyard. I don't think being on the Paradise build would change that. Like, I've never summoned Paradise myself playing Memento, but I also am pretty sure the process is not that different from a normal combo line, like, at all. Forgot I needed to craft the extra blue. No, that's tragic. I still haven't recrafted a second branded fusion yet. I really need to do that. It's just that the Sprite cards got unlimited in the same list, and I was so laser focused on that. I mean, y'all saw in the videos the second or the third blue I crafted like the day it got announced. I didn't even wait for it to be legal before I crafted my third blue, but I still haven't done the second branded fusion just yet. Would you just get the promo branded structure? Well, unfortunately, I was not very smart, and after I got the branded structure, I said, I don't need my other branded fusion anymore. I'll just dismantle it. Yeah, I did. Also, they're making Paradise Smasher rip me. I think Memento's got to be one of the most frustrating decks to play against. Not just because of Paradise Smasher, but because of the fact that, like, I don't know, your Memento opponent can, like, play so unoptimally, but as long as they make the Paradise Smasher, it actually just doesn't matter. Like, them adding Akirin to hand earlier, there's no way that was optimal. That cannot have been the optimal play to make, but it doesn't matter, because they still made Paradise Smasher. They're just going to win. I was just going to concede here. Yeah. Anyway. Paradise Smasher is basically a Calamity. It's for monster effects and attacks. I think you can still do spell traps, but yeah. Paradise Smasher is basically a rank 5 Calamity. I want gems. Don't we all, my friend? Don't we all? But more specifically, what Paradise Smasher does is it's 2 or more level 5 monsters. It's a rank 5. And ooh, this is a good hand. That's an okay hand. That's a fine hand. You detach 2 materials, both players roll die. Whoever wins the roll, their opponent can't activate effects or declare of monsters or declare attacks until the end phase of the next turn. And then, so it's detach 2 to get the roll, but if you still have another material after that, then you can fix the roll. And that's why you make it with 3 level 5s. So that way you can get the detach for the effect and then also fix your die roll. You can only really play it in decks that can make 3 level 5s, which right now is pretty much just Memento. It actually got popularized first by, well, I don't know about first, but it actually got recently popularized by K9, which is a level/rank 5 archetype in the OCG, which is also why Paradise Smasher got banned recently in the OCG. But the funny thing is, I don't think that Paradise Smasher really saw play in Memento until after it was already a thing in K9. So it was kind of like, you know, people didn't really become aware until... As far as I know, maybe this isn't true, but people didn't really become aware of Paradise Smasher as potential tech until another deck was already using it. Which I'm not really saying I'm like, ugh, people are still in original. I'm just like, it's kind of funny how that happens sometimes. I'll just use these two. It doesn't really matter. Makes you think how many broken cards don't get attention until somebody tops with it. Happens all the time, honestly. I would dare say it happens in literally every single format. Look at Retro Yu-Gi-Oh! I've made this point a couple of times before, but I think it's an important point to make. Look at, like, Retro Yu-Gi-Oh! There are so many instances of Retro Yu-Gi-Oh! Formats where a new, like, seemingly obviously broken deck will be discovered. And a lot of the times the attitude of the player base kind of tends to be, like, something along the lines of, like, how did people not see this, you know, back in the day? Were they all just stupid back then? And it's like, well, no, it's the same thing that kind of happens today, where when preparing for a tournament, you know, especially in paper play, where, unlike MD, which has, like, ranked ladders, in paper play, all of a competitive meta is going to be decided in tournament settings, and people are going to bring whatever they specifically think is the best thing to a tournament setting, which a lot of times means that strategies that are slept on or underexplored will more easily fly under the radar. And it's a thing that happens in quite literally every single metagame, I would dare say. I'm sure there are some amount of solved, you know, quote-unquote solved metas out there, but... Deck building philosophy? Yeah, that's definitely true. But I mean, that's a part of people not catching things, right? It's funny you mentioned Mind Crush because... Oh, you said Mind Crash. But I remember, back in the day, seeing a deck profile on Pojo, not the forums, but the main site. It was a zombie Phoenix deck, so think Sacred Phoenix of Nefs in a zombie deck, which was not a horrible strategy, but one thing in particular that that person was doing, which was not a widespread thing to do at all at the time, is they were remaining 3 Trap Dust Shoot and 3 Mind Crush. And the article, the person was talking about how, like, this is so OP, and they don't know how other people haven't caught on to this, and it was still a couple of years before that became a popular thing to do, but that's one direct example I can give from my... Because I tried that deck at Locals. I wasn't playing in Regionals at the time yet, I was still kind of young, but... I played that deck at Locals, and I remember thinking, like, holy, Trap Dust Shoot and Mind Crush are really, really good. Yeah, it's just something that happens a lot. What's up, Maurice? Yeah, we'll just do red. Alright, well that seems like a solid Fiendsmith Sprite end board if I've ever seen one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 negates plus IP, and also Valor in hand. Q Dark Ruler no more. Q Dark Ruler no more. Soul Charge. Well, okay, to be fair, Soul Charge, we kind of... from a competitive standpoint, from what I remember, Soul Charge, people were kind of aware on release that it was pretty busted. But, I mean, that whole realization isn't just true on a larger scale. It is definitely true on smaller scales, for sure. Wolf. Or is it Wolfie? I'm actually not sure. I've heard of them, though. I'm familiar with them. Standby phase called by on Engraver. That has got to be the... That's got to be bait, right? Oh, it's droplet. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this. Is it going to be 5? Okay, it's 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I get to keep one of my forms of interaction here. Let's see what they end up leaving me. Yeah, it was always going to be these 3. Probably IP, right? They might leave me Jin Buster. What do they send? They sent Sulfador, 2 Sulfador. I don't care about that. And they also sent Smyger. Oh, they did negate the IP. Interesting. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Am I gonna Jin Buster their Smyger and then Valor their Tristaros and then win? I think that's exactly how this turn's about to play out. Ooh, no. I want this one. Activate. Yep. Cool. Seven gems for a 10 pull. Or are you 7 short? You get them randomly sometimes for just like playing, right? Oh, they can still do Sulfador Graveyard effect. I forgot about that. Oh, this card's OP. Have they normal summoned? They have. Okay, good. Tri-Brigade Gladiator Beast? Hell yeah. I don't know a lot about Gladiator Beast. Obviously, I know they got new stuff recently, but I almost built Tri-Brigade Gladiator Beast when I was first starting out in MD. Tri-Brigade is such a cool archetype. I love Tri-Brigade. That is true, actually. Mewtwo, you make a good point. Because Elf is still... Yeah. You're right. Let me do this. Okay, now we have another monster negate again. This has already activated its effect. That's extra good for us. You're good, Mewtwo. I appreciate you you looking out. Good call. Good call. Destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon one Crystron monster from your graveyard or banishment. Now, they can also pop with Sulfenir and summon it, so... Oh, they're gonna battle over. I see. Okay, well... Now we know for sure that we live through this turn. So I guess the question is, can they clear our board? I'll switch this to off. I don't think I have any more effects I can do at this point at all. Nah. It's just a graveyard deck being immune to Bestial. Not that strong. Well, this is why I think DD Crow stocks are going up. when I start building decks for next format, I'm gonna seriously start thinking about if I want to play DD Crow or not. Ooh, Royal Quem, congrats. That's awesome. Are they gonna disconnect? They are gonna disconnect. Whee! Love to see it. Sure, I'll save that one. Been very back and forth with these wins. Whoa! Sunseed Jess with the 239 Raiders. What's up, Raiders? Welcome to the channel. Thank you, Jess. I really appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. Let me not that she needs a shout out from me, but let me go ahead and give Jess a shout out here. If you somehow don't know who Jess is, she provides some very, very good content and is a very, very skilled duelist. Again, not that you probably need me to tell you, but thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, we're just grinding up to Master 1 with Fiendsmith Sprite right now. Again, my name is Hexlex. I am a competitive Master Duel player. I have a YouTube channel as well. Feel free to check that out with !YouTube. I'm just going to throw that in here. I do a lot of deck profiles. I cover a lot of competitive decks. I just really like Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I'm sure a lot of you do too. Okay, so here I'm going to lead with the normal Angler. Now, I have both Red and Carrot, but I'm going to use one of them to go into Sprend. I'm going to keep Red around, I think, because Carrot is really mostly for stopping just Imperm, but there are a lot of things that I can end up eating with the Sprite Red. So, I've actually done most of my climb this season with this Fiendsmith Sprite deck. From Diamond 5 up to where I'm at right now at Master 2, actually. I did take a little break when I got into M5. I think M5 to M4 I played Memento, but Sprite's my all-time favorite deck. I absolutely love it, so gotta be repping it. And I think Fiendsmith Sprite is very well positioned in this format. If you look, if the untapped sidebar thing is working, which it should be, if you look at my list, it is a little bit weird. I don't play Moon of the Closed Heaven. I don't play Desiree either. That sounds really weird to be playing a Fiendsmith deck and not playing either of those two cards, but the reason that I don't is because basically my main use for Fiendsmith in this deck in particular is a means of turboing out my Sprite cards, and if not that, a Caesar. So here I could go for blue for Jet. I haven't used Starter yet, but I do have both Red and Carrot access already. I think I am going to go for blue and Jet. I could also go for Swap Frog if I was more concerned about bodies, both in the short and the long term, but I think I have enough bodies to keep comboing off without Swap Frog, and I could potentially still... Oh, is this Droll? This is completely fine if we get hit by Droll. Fun fact, Sprite does not care about Droll and Lockbird, literally for even 1 second. I actually main 3 in this deck for that exact reason, because if I get hit with a Maxi or Fua, I'm going to Droll myself literally every single time. Now, I'm thinking... I've got a couple of different options here. I'm going to go into Elf. I could go Gigantic plus Nimble into Elf, and then I could go Elf Revive Carrot, turn these into IP, have Elf Red Carrot IP. That's probably just the best way to do this. But I haven't used Starter yet, and I could also use that to make IP. So let me start by making the Elf. I'm definitely going to use Nimble Beaver and Gigantic for that. I might leave Blue and Jet up, because I might also be able to make a Djinn Buster here. So, like, I'm going to activate Starter, right? And that's just going to get one of these. It literally doesn't matter. I just want another body here. Now, if I go Boom Boom Djinn Buster, I could Elf Revive Carrot and then Jet Red into IP. Have a monster spell trap negate IP and then access to another monster negate. That sounds pretty good to me. So, let me make the Djinn Buster first. I will give it target protection because we're only going to make one Link monster. Now we can go Elf F. for the carrot. Throw that here. And then now we can make IP with red plus jet. I still have a monster negate because I have Gin Buster. Gin Buster is such a good card. Let's talk about this earlier in the stream. A lot of people are like, why don't you play Melfi's instead of Gin Buster? Because it's an Omni negate instead of a monster negate. But Gin Buster, you can weave mid-combo line to keep up a monster negate and not get hit with a hand trap. And even if that wasn't like the most optimized spot for that, there are a lot of hands where you can begin with like starter blue jet and then go into Gin Buster and then like normal summon Nimble Beaver, and now you can do your whole combo line under the monster protection. Plus, of course, the Melfi's require main deck slots, which I don't want to give up. So yeah, I think Gin Buster is way better than Melfi's IMO. You could of course do both too, for sure. But if it's between the two, I'm gonna pick Gin Buster. Sengen Gen. Now that's interesting. I'm gonna let that resolve, I think, here. I could Elf for red now. That would also trigger triple attack cards, but I do have Carrot. I think I'm gonna Elf for red now just to have the negate available. I'm thinking I'm probably not gonna negate the Sengen Gen though, because I can droll when they add off of the Sengen Gen and then still have all my negates up. So I'm just gonna do it that way. Yeah, again, I don't think Melfi's are bad. But I really just don't require that they use the main deck slots. Or they require main deck slots. Also, AJXUK as well as Tracker0929. Thank you both for the follows. I really appreciate that. Thanks again, everybody who's still here after the raid. I really appreciate that support. Yeah, so that's why I didn't use any of my negates against the Sengen Gen. I'm just going to droll them. Lacrima. Let's see here. So if I were to negate and destroy Lacrima, that would cut them off from Fiendsmith stuff pretty well. I'd have to give up my Elf to do that, but I think I'm actually fine with that. If they try to move to battle phase, I can go IP plus red into SP banish Sengen Gen. Yeah, I think this is correct. I think a lot of Sprite players are afraid to sack the Elf for something like red or carrot to get the negate plus destroy, but I think it's right a lot of the time. I think it's right here. Because again, not only do we stop the Lacrima effect, but now they can't go into Requiem, and they've already used their normal summon. And again, oh shit! No, I was supposed to, I was supposed to go into SP! That's actually not that big of a deal. I was too busy yapping and not busy playing, but we still have 2 negates. I'm not going to use the Gin Buster here. Oh, let me think for a second. So Golem obviously wants to go for like Wedju Temple. This is all fine. They're going to make Doom Dragon. It's going to require them to give up a card in hand. I can always Gin Buster the Doom Dragon. Oh no, they're just going to link right now into Moon. That's fine. This is so unbelievably fine with me. So if they didn't add Wedju Temple off Golem, they've got to have it in hand already, right? That's pretty good for me if true, because it means their hand's going to be pretty bad. I'm always using Gin Buster here. Oh, we did droll them. Yeah. Of course. That's why they didn't add. That feels like so long ago already, but yes, we drolled them. Of course, yes. That is kind of a bad habit I have sometimes. I'll like hand trap somebody really early, and then later on, I'll be like, why didn't they just play in this way? And it's like, oh yeah, because I hand trap. Our board looks so good going into their turn. Having red and carrot up is actually just ridiculous. Start with normal summon Lurie and do Fiendsmith stuff with negates up and make them sad. We didn't do Fiendsmith stuff on turn 1, right? No, we didn't. Okay, good. Called by on the Requiem is totally fine. Let me think for a second. They're probably not going to imperm me, because if they had imperm, they would have said it. So I'm really only probably concerned about, like, monsters coming from the hand. I think I will actually negate this. I see. Okay, so that's fine. I don't care about that. The real question is, am I going to red the Requiem? And I think the answer is actually no. Because I don't think they're playing Fiendsmith and Parrot. Yeah, I don't think they're playing it. Even if they are, I can play around it, I think. I still have a normal summon, right? No, I don't. Because I normal summoned Lurie, right. Okay, yeah, they don't have it. They don't have it. They just wanted me to use the red they just wanted me to use the red negate. Which I suspected was probably the case, because Millennium plus Fiendsmith probably means Snake Eye, which means there's extremely little chance they're playing Fiendsmith in Paradise. I kind of don't think it's right to play Fiendsmith in Paradise outside of Fiendsmith control. I think no other Fiendsmith deck realistically has the room for it. You could play it. I mean, I don't think it would be the worst, but it's like, in a deck that's not Fiendsmith control, I just think that adding a brick to your deck for a situation that's not going to come up very often at all unless you get hand trapped, which is not something you can reliably plan around, it's just very niche. I don't think it's worth it for that regard. I think I need to tell you how good this hand is going second. What do they discard? Primate Scream. You can set, if you control a Primate monster, you can set this card from your graveyard. It's during their standby. Okay. Okay, am I gonna Ash this or am I gonna Droll? I'm gonna Ash this. I'm gonna Ash this because Droll is still an effective tool against Maxi for my deck. Also, I have Call By for that. Also, I can still nib them even if they still have plays. Normal summon Effect Veiler. Oh, to go into Spirit, of course. Oh, they had the Mausoleum in hand? That's brutal. Also makes me glad I didn't Droll, because I already had this in hand. Alright, we get to nib their Spirit Dragon, which is cool. The funny thing is, even if we didn't have nib, we could still Call By their Spirit Dragon here. On my turn, of course. But it would still be annoying to deal with. I don't care about hiding nib. They can know I have it. Here comes the Space Meatball. I like Space Meatball. That's a new one. I haven't heard that for nib. 25, 3,000, right? Yep, this will go in attack mode then. Alright. The alt art is neat for nib. I do kind of like the original art better, but I don't think the alt art is bad at all. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs, that's good. Alright, opponent, what do you have? Anything? Nothing? Ideally nothing is going to be their answer. But we do have Droll and Call By in case they have stuff. I'll leave Nib up for stats. No need to link that away here. That is the nice thing about playing nib and sprites, though, is that if you nib your opponent, there's a lot of games where it actually ends up being a combo piece that you use later. Yeah. I would expect to concede there. That sounds about right. GG's, opponent. GG's. Of course, of course. I think that person was also in M1. All right, 2 more wins. We just got to win 2 games in a row. That's easy. That's so easy to win 2 games back to. We got this. Okay, winning the coin flip. Love to see it. Funny rock. Interesting hand. 60 card deck. Okay. Let me think about this for a second. So it doesn't really matter what I start her for here, right? I'm trying to think starter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what I start her for here. I'm gonna start her for Jet for Carrot, I think. Or starter for Jet and then blue for Carrot is what I meant to say. Schmeezer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well. So, okay. Blue F. I'll take... Do I want Carrot here or do I want red? Well, because I'm thinking I could normal summon Ash Blossom. I'm gonna take red, actually. I think this does what I want to do, but better. Because I was gonna make Jin Buster, but I think I could just normal summon Ash Blossom and then keep red up. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Now we can gigantic. Or swap. I'm so glad this card is at 3 again. God, all these cards. You know what's funny is I could still make Jin Buster here. If I Elf Revive Jet and then Ronin Banish swap, I could end on red Jin Buster IP Elf and then starter for Carrot. I think I'm actually gonna do that. That sounds weird, but I think that's actually right. The alternative is to end on like an extra SP instead of an extra negate, and I feel like the extra negate just makes more sense. Plus now it won't matter nearly as much if I 2-lock myself on my draw phase, so I won't have to worry about going into Underworld Goddess. I'm telling you, I legit think second SP might actually be correct in this deck. It sounds so weird. It's so weird that I still haven't tried it yet, but I actually think that might be correct. Rescue Ace plays 2 SP. Mostly, I think, well, they do also utilize it a lot on turn 1. They also have a lot of room for it. I think the counterintuitive thing about putting a second SP in this extra deck is that there's not a lot of room for it. And we're also not playing things like Desiree and Moon. But, I believe it or not, I actually think second SP comes up more often than those things. Are we still playing Almirage in this build? We are, okay. Yeah, I'm sure, again, I'm sure no Desiree, no Moon looks really, really weird to people, but I'm telling you, in the Sprite build, they never come up. Literally never once in my Diamond 5 to Master, hopefully 1 here soon, climb did I ever once summon those cards. Because the thing is, because a lot of people ask about Moon, right? And they're like, why not Moon? And it's like, well, if you can summon Moon, you special summon this card. I'm gonna Gen Buster this. I feel like this is just going to get their plays going if I let this resolve. I don't want them... I'm more worried about them sending the card from hand, honestly, than I am about the Rhino Heart itself reviving. Alright, that's definitely going to get ashed. I'm gonna let this resolve. If they can fuse, I can chain IP summon. Maybe. I should have chained IP right there, actually. That would have been the smart play. Okay, so they sent Imseti. Mudora's in the yard. I don't super care about that right now. Okay. I've not used Elf yet. They already milled Engraver, so I really don't care about this. Yeah, that's fine. Exactly, yeah, I never finished my Moon point, but you don't want to bridge Sprite into Fiendsmith. You're trying to go the other way with it. They sent Tract. That's completely fine. If they link into Requiem and activate Requiem, I might actually negate it with red. Shizu cards were a mistake, 100% agree. Yeah, I think I might actually negate this. Well, no, they have Engraver, right? They can still just summon that. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Well, you have to target my red, or my elf, I guess. But probably just gonna target red here, right? The face down? Sure. Surprising, but entirely okay. I actually do not care at all. Also, we could do that. Do I need to? I don't need to activate Elf here, but do I want to? I think I actually do. I don't need to. It's fine. Yes, please. They've used their normal summon. They have one card left in hand. Engraver targets, right? You can target one. Okay, I don't really care. They can't remove the IP. And if they try to go after Elf, I'll just chain it. That'll cause them to use their Ishizu card. They'll be down to one card in hand. Requiem will be by itself. Or, I mean, Engraver will be by itself. They won't be able to battle over my board. I'll still be able to IP into SP. But I think they're going to chain the Ishizu card. It doesn't really matter. I was going to say, should I try to bring Sling back? I don't care about. But on the off chance they don't shuffle this back, I should try to bring it back anyway. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? I could actually just chain IP and use the Elf as a material here. That might actually be the right play. Because if I go IP into SP, using Carrot afterward would be really awkward. But how many situations would I really need to do that? I'm gonna let it go. I don't need to do it right now, so I won't. I could get punished for it later. But I don't really see myself getting punished for letting that go as often. It could happen, but not as often. Okay. Nice battle phase to try to get me to use IP, but... Oh, King's Sarcophagus is your last card, huh? Okay, well, I'll definitely be banishing that. Yep. That also makes sense why they sent Imseti earlier. All right. Rank up game. Rank up game. Rank up game. Rank up game. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ah, losing the coin flip. Of course we lose the coin flip on the rank up game. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, we have Droll. We love seeing that. Oh, it's Flu! I hate playing against this deck! Oh, God. They started with Eaglin, too. Oh, that's brutal. Them starting with Eaglin was so brutal because Droll doesn't even stop their whole line now. I mean, we still Droll them. Okay, they set and then pass. Alright, I'm gonna start with normal summon Angler. Because we have starter. Let's go. No response. Love to see that. Here's red. Okay. Ugh. God, really? Okay. Alright, so all of our monster effects are negated. We can still battle over their stuff. Could still go like Angler plus blue into IP. So I could still be on IP red carrot going into their turn. We know one of their 4 cards on their turn is going to be M-Pen, which doesn't really do anything by itself. I'm not even going to go into IP at this point. I'll just leave up red carrot going into their 2-card hand. Let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Ah, there it is. Very, very satisfying dub to M1. Oh, we love beating Fluanderies. Fuck them birds! Fuck those stupid ass birds! Woo! Let's go. Alright. The scariest part about running into a Flu player at Master Rank means that they actually know what they're doing. I know! I was actually terrified there. Because I would 100% agree with that. A Flu player up here definitely knows what they're doing. I'm kind of curious to see their list now that you mentioned that. It's probably going to be... Yeah, it's fairly standard. Oh, they are doing the spell card soul exchange. I've seen other Flu builds try this out before. Discordant mashup of various RPG jingles. I should renew the sound alerts. A lot of the reason I turned them off was because of the fact that I tend to get a lot of YouTube videos for, well, YouTube when I stream now. But I should turn those back on when I'm done recording. Ooh, but we made it to Master 1. Very, very nice. So, let me think. I'm at the 3-hour mark. Trying to decide if I want to keep going or not. I might go for a little bit longer, but if I do, I definitely need to get up and use the restroom real quick. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm not going to be gone for 10 minutes, so I won't throw it to the starting soon screen. But I don't know. Actually, let me think about this for a moment. Because, yeah, I was kind of thinking about a build and play, but to be honest, I really don't have anything in mind right now. But I still want to keep going. You know what? Let me let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll figure something else out to play. So just give me like 1, maybe 2 minutes. Alright, I have returned, and I think I'm just going to keep vibing with Sprite for a bit, rather than just immediately pivoting into something else. If I think of something else that I want to play while we're doing rating duels here, then I'll come back and we'll build it, but I think we're going to do more build and plays on Sunday. I'm definitely going to stream again on Sunday for sure. And now that we're in rating duels, it definitely seems like a good time to do build and plays. So I'm just going to keep going with this Fiendsmith sprite build and see how good of a record we can get. So yeah, with the exception of M5 to M4, which we did again with Memento, my whole climb this season from pretty much Diamond 5 to Master 1 was entirely Fiendsmith, right? Yeah. Oh, rating duel music. How could I forget how good rating duel music is? This hand's kind of not the best, but it's not horrible. That wasn't a good top deck. Normal summon Nimble Beaver eats a lot of disruption, so we'll begin with that. Nothing. Interesting. This makes me want to go into Gigantic straight away. There it is. Okay. There's Ghost Ogre. Oh, I do still need to do Tri-Sprite, you're right. That's been so on the back burner. I always have decks like that, though, that end up on the back burner for longer than they need to be. Oh my god, it might actually be 2 called by. Oh, still haven't gotten a single branded alt art. Sorry to hear that. I wish I could trade you mine. I don't really play branded that much, so. I have an Albaz. Is that it? Or do I have a Cartesia? I actually have no idea. I think I have a Cartesia too. I should know whether or not I have an Uppies. But I know I have an Albaz. I think I did pull an Uppies too. This isn't enough for game. Okay, call by on the Swap Frog means that Elf for Frog doesn't get us more bodies. Sprin doesn't actually either get us more, or doesn't actually get us more bodies here either. That's really awkward. I could boom boom for Elf to revive. You know what? That might actually still be the right play. Yeah, marketplace slash trade system unfortunately just would not work. I mean, it would be nice, but it just, yeah. Wouldn't really pan out because it was double call by. What the fuck? Okay. Sure. But yeah, because you can just make alts. You can just infinitely make alts and just trade to yourself. Okay, so I am just gonna battle without using the Gamma Burst here and then set Gamma Burst and pass. And let's hope they don't top anything, or if they do, that Droll's enough to stop it. Are they gonna evenly me? Oh my god! When was the last time... when was the last time you saw an evenly matched? Like, I can't even tell you the last time I got hit with an evenly. Oh, is it flu again? This card is normal summoned. Card is in your graveyard and your opponent controls no cards in their spell trap zone. You can special summon it, but you can only special summon Winged Beast. Are they going to turn this into a Link 1 and then a Link 2? I know this isn't a Flu card, but I know Flu plays Simorg stuff sometimes. So I just saw Simorg and I was like, oh, Flu, question mark? Okay. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. They play the... I've seen them play more than just that before. I'm not saying they all do. I'm not saying that's optimal, but I've seen Simorg builds or Flu builds go deep into Simorg cards before. I would expect... I guess what I'm saying is that I would, if I see a random Simorg card, I would always assume it's Flu before Simorg, because I think it's that much more likely for a Flu deck to randomly play a Simorg card than a Simorg deck to be in rating duels. But that's not impossible, to be fair. This hand's... Actually, this hand's not bad at all. If this Beaver gets Gamma, this... Well, I mean, they just have Gamma then. Like... I was gonna say, if this Beaver gets Gamma, this hand falls apart, but... Yes, we still special summon Angler here. You know, I could actually make an early Gigantic, but I could also make a really early Jin Buster, and I think I'm gonna do that. Well, I could also just blue for red here as well. There's many ways you could do it. Sprite is so good at playing into hand traps. I love it. Droll, don't even care. Do not care that they resolve this card. Not even a little concerning to me. For not even one singular second. Alright. Now, we're gonna go for Gigantic. Hey, Grim. Don't worry about being late. We're still having some fun. Doing pretty well. We just hit Master 1, actually. But that's always fun, you know? So we're in rating duels right now. I'll just go straight into Sprint, that's fine. I don't think we'll get punished. That's crazy, my Sprite build folds to Droll. Are you playing like a variant or are you playing pure? If you're playing pure Sprite, you shouldn't fold to Droll. Well, I mean, maybe if you're playing a certain package, but even Beckoning Beast. Because here's the thing, like, if you get Drolled... Oh, shoot! Why did I summon Sprint? Oh, that was a huge misplay. Holy, that was a massive misplay. I was supposed to go straight into... Wait! No, this is still a misplay, because I already summoned Gigantic. Well, I can still summon another Gigantic. God, do I have to? Wow, I threw really hard there. Massive throw. I'm just going to concede. Wow, huge throw. Huge throw. Was totally on autopilot. Forgot I opened the Angler. Huge throw. Oh well, whatever. Not the end of it. We're already in rating duels, it's fine. But yeah, when it comes to pure Sprite, yeah, you don't really care about Droll. The only cards that search in the deck are Blue and Jet. And like, Droll on Blue searching Jet is a little annoying, but most hands you should still be able to just combo out from there. Oh yeah, this is insane. Okay. We're going Insano style here. Alright, let's... Okay, this looks weird, but I think this is right. That way we can make Gigantic with red plus Ronin. How about no? Oh, if they throw out a nib, that they're actually just the greatest player of all time. Okay. Ooh, you know what? That actually just doesn't matter, because I can still revive red here. Let me do that first. Before I do anything else, let me get back red. Nib isn't real. That's honestly how I play this deck a lot of the time. You'll notice that at really no point during my climb did I play around Nib by going into an early Gigantic. If I had the opportunity to sprint, I always took it. And I think that's right. It's really easy to be like, oh, if I make an early Gigantic, I don't have to worry about Nib. But, like, you lose out on so many bodies by doing it that way. And if you do that, like, every single game, I think that's going to cost you more games than it'll help you. So, like, honestly, Nib isn't real. I think is, like, kind of actually legit advice from me. Just, if you're playing Ranked Ladder... And this is not true of every single deck. I'm talking about, like, Fiendsmith Sprite specifically, but... And not even just that, but I'm talking specifically about, you know... Early Gigantic versus Sprint. I think you should always go into the Sprint, personally. Now here we can end on IP, SP, Carrot, and Red. Too bad we don't have the Gin Buster as well. Oh, and we'll get to end on Ronin as well. And then Ronin. Okay. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. So I want to negate and destroy. No, this is fine. I wonder if they're on post-ban list or not. If they are on post-ban list, this droll goes way harder. Chaining Wanted to the Droll. That's fine. I don't care if they do that. I think I'm about to SP bounce out Ash in a second, though. Pitching Snake Eye Diabellstar for Diabellstar the Black Witch. Okay, so if I Little Knight bounce out Poplar, now that's interesting. Because then that would not give them a way to get the Snake Eye Diabellstar in the graveyard. That would cut them off of multiple bodies, as well as taking away one of their ones. If they are on a post-ban list build, that would also be very detrimental to them. I think pretty much no matter what the situation, like, this is just the right play. They gotta be on a pre-ban list build. There's no way they would do this if they didn't have Oak in their deck still. It's before the end of the main phase. Okay, so I definitely have something to say about that. Let's go Elf F. Oh, it's too bad I don't have Sprint. Actually, that wouldn't matter. Never mind. Okay, so we're gonna go for Jet. So get us follow-up plays. Oh no, it won't because of Droll. Right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yes. White woman jump scare! Also negates their Ash, no longer has the second effect. I'll let them pay 2,000. I'll negate it with Carrot. I'd rather keep the red monster negate up anyway here. I don't care if they OSS here. Yes. Yeah, I think Underworld Goddess is definitely... So, like a lot of options within Sprite, it's not that Avermax is a bad card, it's just that there are definitely better cards. Oh, they are playing Oak. Oh, I only negate if they actually do the summoning from the graveyard, I see. Okay. Yeah, I'll do this. Right, I understand that Oak isn't banned yet. Of course I get that. But a lot of people, especially in rating duels, will do a post-banless deck, like, to test. Because, like, especially in rating duels, there's not really any point to playing a Snake Eye deck with Oak anymore, right? Like, I guess unless they really want to try to grind rating duels in the, like, what, 3 days that they're going to be left for the season, but... yeah, no, there's like kind of not really a point to playing Snake Eye with Oak at this stage anymore because the knowledge and experience that you gain isn't really going to benefit you at this point. We actually saw this in top 10 rating duels for last season. Fun fact, not this most recent season, but the one before. Right before Sage and Maiden went to 2. If you look at the top 10 rating duel lists for that season right before the semi-limits took place, you'll see that the Blue Eyes players, even though the cards weren't at 2 yet, were actually still playing 2 Sage and 2 Maiden. Because again, once the limits have been announced, aside from really trying to maximize your rank, there's really not a benefit to continuing to play with an old list. You might as well prepare with a new list and get your ratios and consistency down pat earlier. So that is something that you do see quite a bit at high levels of gameplay. And they were still making top 10. They were still making top 10 in rating duels, despite playing with a nerfed list that didn't need to be nerfed yet. How do you feel about the Oak ban? It's great. It's phenomenal. It's actually like the best ban since Merly. Yeah, Snake Eye folds to like every single hand trap under the sun now. I was testing Snake Eye without Oak. I was testing that on the last stream that we did. And people who were there can attest to the fact that we had a game where my opponent Ghost Ogred the Fiendsmith sequence. And I was like, lol, what? I don't care. I can just equip it from the graveyard. But then I realized that because they ogred my sequence, I didn't have enough bodies to be able to make Promethean Princess and still summon back Flamberge for IP, let alone then go into an Appaloosa. And that's when I realized, like, wow, if Ogre on sequence is enough to screw up Snake Eye lines, like, Snake Eye is actually cooked to literally every single hand trap. Which is true. Nib is now much better against Snake Eye. It's an actual turn ender. Droll is an actual turn ender against Snake Eye with the Oak ban. It's great, yeah. I think it's a fantastic hit. So in my testing, Birch, you probably do use it. It's not 100% needed, but it helps with a lot of awkward hands. And if you open Poplar, it's basically... I think that, like, no matter what... Wow, this hand's cracked. I think that no matter what, you're gonna have to play another level 1 fire monster. And that's a lot of the reason why, like, Millennium Fiendsmith Snake Eye is not good anymore. Because there's not really another good level 1 fire monster you can play. You know, Fire King build doesn't really care as much because they're already playing Ponix. Risk Base build doesn't care as much because they're already playing Hydrant. But, yeah, only having 2 level 1 fire monsters for a Snake Eye deck is really, really dicey. So Kurikara is a level 1 fire monster that has also been used in Snake Eye in the past, and not a horrible card, but I think you want a level 1 fire monster that's a little bit more proactive. That's something that you can use on your turn 1. Jet Synchron is a level 1 fire monster, but I don't really think Snake Eye has any good synchro lines. This is something I was actually touching on earlier in the stream, how if you look at MD in particular, you'll notice that even though we never had Baron or Borreload banned like in the TCG, people eventually stopped playing Baron and Borreload, and this was even before any of the hits. The synchro build of Snake Eye, while having a higher output in terms of what the end board could look like, I think at the end of the day actually was not necessarily optimal. If you really want my opinion, I actually think that, and I said this before, I think that banning Baron and Borreload in the TCG just made Snake Eye better. It did not make it worse. And as a result, it actually made it harder for rogue decks to fight against Snake Eye. That's why I was very vocally opposed to the Baron and Borreload ban when it happened in TCG. It did not come at an opportune time to help people fight against the almost tier 0 meta. It really just exacerbated the problem. I'm trying to think if I'm doing this in a weird order. This order is fine. There's not really anything weird about it. Snake Eye is like a fringe rogue deck. I think Snake Eye is probably about... I don't actually have no idea what Snake Eye's power level in TCG is following the OSS ban. I mean, they definitely didn't see as much play, of course, but... Oh, did we get a sub? Did I miss that? I'm sorry. Who did that? Hang on. Or was it a YouTube member? Hang on a second. Let me just do this real quick. I think I might have missed a YouTube member. Let me take a look. Sorry if I missed you there. Oh, there's a few people who joined. Wow. Brendan Clark, Talon, Devontae, and Astroshock. I think Astroshock renewed today. Wow, I missed all those people. I'm so sorry if I didn't, if you subbed during the stream and I missed you. I think most of these say 1 day ago. I'm just a little surprised, I guess, that so many people joined as YouTube members all on the same day when I wasn't streaming. That's wild. But thank you to everybody who's joined recently. After this game, I'll update that member thing in the bottom there. Sorry if you had joined and I hadn't updated that yet and you were like, grr. Yeah, I don't super agree with the OSS ban, but I think regardless of if you agree with OSS ban or not, we can all agree that it was too little too late. Which, to me, is just another blatant example of TCG being very predatory with their ban lists. Like, oh yeah, we'll ban OSS after the deck is no longer a problem so that you no longer play Snake Eye and move on to other decks and spend money to buy those decks. But again, the majority reactions seem to not acknowledge that, but rather be like, OSS bad, yay ban, which I'm like, I don't know. I'm not even saying it was a horrible ban. I'm just saying, like, as always, I just wish people would acknowledge the kind of nuance behind it and not just, I don't know, be like, card bad, me want card gone. Guerrera's fine. Yu-Gi-Oh! Scotland, TJ Striker, thank you both for the follows. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are both doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. Ooh, these Ultimate Slayers are getting on my nerves. OSS was horrible ban. Ban Ochre, Flamberge. I think Flamberge is also a pretty horrible ban. With Flamberge, there's zero reason to ever play Snake Eyes an archetype ever again. But Oakman, as proven by MD, was fantastic. Yeah, so that is the you hit the nail on the head of why I did not like the OSS ban. It really hurts all of these rogue decks that really like to use OSS, like, you know, Infernoble, Rescue Ace, Fire King, and this is another thing that's really frustrating to me. The majority reaction whenever I would bring that up from people seemed to be, who cares? And like, I really don't like that kind of laissez-faire attitude that players, let's be real, TCG players tend to have regarding, you know, bans and that kind of a thing. Did I already activate? No, I haven't used red yet, okay. Infernoid, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing we talked about the Isolde ban earlier, you know? When Isolde got banned for Exodias of all deck sins, you know, my reaction was like, hey, that seems really uncool for decks like Infernoble. And people's reaction in mass was like, fuck Infernoble. And it's like, well, that doesn't seem good. Again, the word unfun would get used a lot very objectively, which I'm still baffled that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community will say a deck is unfun as if that's like a mic drop moment when it's like, you know that fun is the most subjective word in the world, right? Like in the actual world. Sorry to everybody who heard this rant earlier in the stream, but I just despise the TCG ban list philosophy. It's one of the many things I really hate about TCG. And the thing that really frustrates me is how many people love it, but not even for like what I would consider to be the quote-unquote right reason. Of course it's an opinion, there's no right or wrong about it, but like, people don't even support the bans because they're good. They support the bans because they don't like the deck, which is such a childish reason in my opinion. But it is what it is. Top deck Ash. Believe it or not, we already have Ronin, so we don't need it. But believe it or not, normal summon Ash would be enough to go full combo into OTK here. I love Sprite. God, I love Sprite. Did I do sprint stuff earlier? I did, okay. Oh yeah, they bounced Elf. I was like, why do I have 2 Elf in here? Yeah, we'll do it this way. Alright, we're on summon 3, so before we make Jet, we're gonna make Gigantic. Oh, finally being able to use both of our Royal Swaps. Ooh, very nice. Royal Swap Frogs. I have Ronin in here still, but I don't feel... yeah, you know what? I'll summon Swap. That's fine here. No, I don't want to activate. Yeah, I'll just go battle. I'm probably overthinking it. Normal summon hand trap in the combo is also cool in Math Mech. Hell yeah. Any deck where you can go normal summon hand trap in the combo is so satisfying. Never understood TCG banlist philosophy. TCG banlist philosophy is all about just pushing whatever the latest deck is. That's why they don't hit things. That's why the TCG not only doesn't touch decks until way after they're a problem, but then will just completely massacre them after they're a problem. So that way you buy into the latest tier 1 deck. Yeah. It's just shitty. And it results in ban lists with bad formats. Just will never understand why people spend the most amount of money to play in the worst format. Like, how is TCG the most expensive and also, like, the worst format? IMO, of course. Runic Sprite? Runic Sprite wouldn't be bad right now. I mean, it's a great time to be any Sprite deck. I will say, I do still think that Pure / Fiendsmith is like the best Sprite variant, but other Sprite variants are still worth trying out, of course. Should I even bother drolling them? Yeah, because they can still Primera Primus for the Emblema Oath search. I'm like, is there even a point to droll here? I guess there is, yeah. Kind of? There's kind of a point to droll here. Okay, they're going straight into Auxilia, that's what I thought. Twin Sprite? Yeah, I've talked about this before, but the thing about Twin Sprite that I'm not a big fan of right now, I just kind of think that both Evil Twin Fiendsmith and Pure Sprite are, like, each so much better than Twin Sprite that I kind of feel like there's not really much of a reason to play Twin Sprite other than one of those other two decks, but it's still not a bad deck by any means. It's just that, again, there's a better Sprite deck and there's a better Evil Twin deck. The big thing that Twin Sprite had going for it before all this stuff got unhit was that it was the most consistent Sprite variant, but now everything's at 3, so every Sprite variant's consistent again. Let's see. Normal Summon Jet / Blue would be the safe play. Normal Summon Lacrima is the greed play. I think we're gonna... I'll just go for the greed play, why not? Which one would I rather Ghost Ogre? Trudea or Primera? It'd rather be Primera, right? Because that'll stop the search, too. Wow, I never thought about Centurion catching strays with Ogre being popular. That's rough. Oh, they can't be destroyed because of the Auxilia! Fine, never mind! Ah! Okay, we lose. Man, I forgot about that. It's Auxilia that protects them, right? Yeah, Auxilia. Yep. I could have done it against the... No, actually, I couldn't have done it against the field spell. It's all... No, I could have done it against the field spell, because it's only cards in your spell trap zone. So I really had to just save it for the field spell. This is why you read, people. This is why you read instead of assuming that you know what cards do. Because you probably don't. You probably don't. The thing that really gets me is, this is not the first time I've forgotten about this effect. It's the first time I've forgotten about it, I think, relative to Ghost Ogre, but there have been other times where I forgot about this effect and I really should have remembered it. Oops. Oh well. I mean, I just lose here. Yeah, I actually don't even really care about that. Actually, I do care about that. Never mind. Wow! they summoned the Blazar, but funnily enough, Druiswarm actually does just beat me here. Because now I can't make sequence, and I can't go into sprite stuff. Yeah, you can just have it. You can have it. You can just have it. That is fine. That is a-okay with me. Yeah, I'm thinking on Sunday I might do... I was thinking about Goblin Biker, because I still want to make a video for that. I think Field Spell is protected. So, I don't... Actually, I don't know. Because it said... Because Auxilia says, face-up cards in your spell and trap zone cannot be destroyed by card effects. So I think that actually excludes the field zone. But I'm not... I guess I'm like 90% sure about that. Maybe that blanket wording of spell and trap zones does include the field zone, but I don't think it does. But like I said, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think Paleo is a great deck still. Impulse on the Gigantic. So I can still Special Jet. I don't get the Surge. I can link into Elf. I guess that's at least follow-up plays, but I already have follow-up plays in the Beaver. I'm just going to set Impermanent Pass. How about no? Alright. You can have it. I'm at a point where I just assume like, it's funny, when Tenpai very first came out, there were actually a lot of people messing up the OTK line, so I'd always make them play it out. But at this point, if somebody's playing Tenpai, they know what they're doing. I just usually concede. I love decks that can Joel on your own turn. It's so good. Droll, Ogre, Nick. Oh, such a good going second hand. Droll, Ogre, and Nib. Stop. Okay. Okay, I guess you will stop. Oh, 10 out of 10 top deck. Might have actually just been the best thing we could have top decked there. Field Spell protects itself when they have a Centurion monster. Okay. Gotcha, that makes sense. Yeah, I totally forgot about the... I totally didn't consider the Field Spell itself might have a protection effect. Yeah, good call. Good call. What a weird time to maxi. Okay, shotgunning argument aside, we can all agree that, like, that was not a good time to maxi, right? Decorthius, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well today. Hmm. Let me think for a second. Special Jet, they get 1 draw. Go into Gigantic, they get 2. Nah, fuck it. They already told me their hand is bad by not playing anything on their turn. They have Blue Eyes plus 1 random card in hand. I have Droll and Ogre and Nib. I'm confident in my ability. It's 1 AM and I should sleep, but I want to say it's good to hear you having so much fun while streaming. Thanks, Ski. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. That said, if you feel that you need some sleep, you should absolutely get some. The end phase Magnum Hut goes pretty hard for them here, but I'm not the most concerned about it. I actually am slightly concerned about it. That was a pretty good... Mostly because they can reset Drill Beam. I'm actually thinking about ogreing this Ether Barrel. I have Droll and Nib. Yeah, I don't want them to have Drill Beam again. Are you kidding? Oh my god, seriously? That's really fucking annoying. I might actually not Droll here, because they have Drill Beam, Blue Eyes, and 1 other card in hand. This is the kind of thing that tilts me more than anything else. I don't really care that much about people getting lucky. I don't care if I get unlucky. I don't care if I get outplayed. But I feel like second Drill Beam is never correct, ever in Blue Eyes. Okay, not never. Not never. I feel like it's very, very... There's a lot of other cards you can play over second Drill Beam. What really gets under my skin, I've said this before, is when people make what I perceive to be a suboptimal choice and then just get rewarded for it. Right on time, Maxi. I think I have to pass here. There's no world. But if I pass, they can start like looping back Ether Barrel. Wait, no, they can't because they don't have a. No, they do have a vanilla in the graveyard now. Ugh. Yeah, I think this game just no longer became winnable. That's unfortunate. Because that's the thing, right? Like, something like second Drill Beam might have certain situations where it is good, but like, you can't deck build for every situation. That's actually, like, I think the #1 thing that people make mistakes on when they deck build. Is that they put in cards in case they're in a bad situation. But, like, the cards in your deck shouldn't stop you from losing. They should help you to win. And I feel like the second Drill Beam is a purely in case things go wrong type of card. Now, granted, you can still play cards in case things go wrong. Like, I'm not saying you should never play a card for that reason, but it shouldn't be the sole reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. I almost assuredly am. I just don't really think second Drill Beam is ever right in a Blue Eyes deck. I could maybe see an argument for it in Fiendsmith Control. I cannot see an argument for it in Blue Eyes. Now this is an interesting hand. Safe play, risky play. Actually, normal summon Lurie is not that much riskier than normal summon Beaver here. I'm gonna try Lurie. I think If this line goes through, then normal summon Lurie is the better play, or they could just have Maxi no matter what. Actually, that made normal summon Lurie the better play here. Too bad I'm not on triple attack to punish this person super hard. Again, regardless of what you think of Shotgun Maxi, I think we can all agree that shotgunning it during the main phase is literally never correct. Now this is definitely... I feel like this is definitely flu. Oh wait, is this the Simorg person again? I think it is actually. What does this do? They're adding a Simorg spell trap. What does this do? Reveal, gain extra normal. No, I think they're probably about to summon an Impen here. But if they summon a big Simorg monster... Oh, they're going to Link. Okay, for Ferrijit. I wondered if they were going to Link. I kind of almost wanted to Maxi there. But you know what? This is fine, because I can just Maxi here. And this is the thing. A lot of people will look at me using Maxi in this situation when I did and be like, you misplayed. You missed out on a draw. But it's like, no, if I had Maxi'd earlier, they wouldn't have gone into Ferrijit. I would have gotten 0 draws. I'm not going to Droll here. I would much rather keep drawing. Currently trying to get M1 with Yubel. I think Yubel's a pretty solid deck. Very solid deck, actually. Alright, Engraver was a very good top deck there. Starter is also a phenomenal top deck. Now you might be saying, but Lex, you don't have Lurie anymore. How could Engraver be a good top deck here? Ah, but we have a card in hand that is even better to discard than Lurie a lot of the time. I've actually had hands where I tracked for Lurie and then just pitched the Angler anyway. It's not, like, very often, but... It's like Diet Snake Eye. I think it's a little bit of an insult to Yubel to call them Diet Snake Eye. I think they are very much, I think they are very much, worth their own merit there. Okay, am I gonna go Elf into Gigantic or just straight into Gigantic? Do I have my graveyard? I think I'm gonna go for Elf first. Oh, it's Imperm. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about that at all. That's fine. Oh, let's see. Yeah, okay, this will work. So I know how to force this Apex Avian. I'm gonna do it with the Fiendsmith engine. So I still have another Engraver in deck. So this is gonna look weird, but I think this is right. Gonna Engraver summon itself, then link Engraver into Requiem for Engraver. That way I can equip Requiem to Engraver and force the Apex Avian. Right. As I just explained, that is what I'm doing. Although you probably typed that as, or right before I explained it, to be fair. Ooh, I even have the tracked fusion? That's good to know. Wait, that actually goes really hard here. Oh, I might not be able to target. Ah, good call. The Simorg does prevent targeting. That's fine, though. I'll do this anyway. Oh, I can't target any wing beasts at all. Okay, never mind. I thought this was elf for some reason. This card or a wing beast card this points to. Gotcha. Got it. Got it. Okay. Soulbreck24, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Do you think Mitsu can compete with K9 VS once it comes out in the TCG? There's just simply no way of knowing that, honestly. Two completely different metas with completely different card pools, completely different ban lists. And unfortunately, I don't have any experience in either meta. Sorry, I wish I could answer your question, but there's simply not enough data available. The other thing that makes it hard to guess, because you could guess based on what both metas currently look like, but the other thing is too, it's hard to know what the card pool is going to look like by the time TCG gets K9, or by the time OCG gets Mitsurugi, you know? Okay, I already activated Elf, right? Yeah. Oh god, math. Okay, so 55 minus 27 is 28. That's not enough. God, it's too bad I don't have a water monster in hand. Oh, I don't have any beavers left. I was gonna say I still have an angler, but I don't have any beavers left in deck. Wow, that really matters here. That really matters. Okay. Yeah, I can't OTK them, unfortunately, here. So I'm trying to think about what the next best way to do this is. I'll Gamma Burst anyway. I can still end on Elf IP. Even if I've already used Elf effects, because I can go Ronin here. Alright. We got Droll, we got Call By, we got IP, we got the Elf Revive, we got 3 cards in hand. We're not in a bad spot at all here. Going straight to battle. This person even lead me before, didn't they? Shit. Yeah. This has to be flu. There's no way. I have to look at this afterward. Oh shit, it's not flu. They just engravered. Wow. I mean, thank God we have Joel in hand, but holy. Right after I said it has to be flu, too. That's wild. Anyway, Joel and Lockbird. Really wish you'd have set evenly. Yeah. Of course, due to Droll. I should have chained Elf. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll take another Droll, that's fine. Now, I don't have any... Oh, I have Lurie. I could send Lurie. There's no reason not to normal summon this, right? Oh, it's since Fiendsmiths, not light monsters. Also doesn't matter. Also, we just won't. It don't matter. None of this matters. Alright. Let's keep going. Wait. We can't look at people's decks in rating duels, right? I'm pretty sure we can't. No, rip! I want to see this person's Fiendsmith Simorgh list. Fiendsmith Simorgh. Like, what could that deck possibly look like? Even if you don't have the ability to see the deck list on a replay, you know, a lot of the time you can still kind of reverse engineer somebody's deck. I don't know what theirs looks like, though. Wow, this hand's... Thank God for Sprite Starter. Thank God for Sprite Starter. Okay, if they throw out like a Maxi or a Fuelos here, I'll just get Carrot, or they could just not. That works for me. Okay, so what do I have in hand? Ronin, Angler. Okay, so I'm gonna go blue and then Carrot. Dumb, you can't look at decks in this. I get it. I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you personally, but I also get it. We're normally Ronin and not Angler here, because I'm about to... Or later in the turn, I'm going to bounce the swap pitch Angler and get some more bodies. Or one more body. It'd still be a net total of gaining more body. Well, it'll be more bodies plural because by bouncing swap, we can also dump another swap to get another Ronin summon. Sprite is done for. You know, bait used to be believable. Alright, check this out, check this out, check this out. We're gonna get an extra body here by bringing back the Swap Frog. Actually, because we had Ronin in hand, we don't need... I mean, we're still gonna do this, but... So this is actually an instance where we're not gonna activate Swap Frog's effect, which actually is a little bit of a shame because we could chain block the Angler, but also we're so late into this turn that I don't think chain blocking matters at all here, so... Yeah, we actually don't want to activate Swap Frog here, because if we did, we'd have to send the Swap Frog on field to the graveyard. Actually, I'm going to summon a Ronin first, to get the most out of our frog bodies here. You don't want to, like, link everything off and leave 3 Swap plus Ronin in your graveyard, because you can only summon... Like, obviously, you would only be able to summon 1 Ronin at a time, but by summoning Ronin... and then linking it off with a swap, that gives you another Ronin that you can then summon. It'd be cool to see the decks once the season is over. They do that for the top 10 on Road of the King. Highly recommend Road of the King. I love that site. I use it all the time. Yeah, I'm gonna use Ronin here. Yeah, Road of the King will post top 10 deck lists for rating duels. The really cool thing that Road of the King does when posting deck lists for Master Duel that other sites don't do, that I love, is that they actually link to like the social media profiles of the players who played the decks, which is great for getting extra insight. And also just for crediting people who are actually out here playing the decks, you know? Linking the person is such a good... Like, every site that's posting these deck lists should be doing that, IMO. Sales ban? This person's activating sales ban. Wait, are they playing Skull Servant? Is this a going second Skull Servant deck? I see their deck sleeves, and Sales ban is exactly... Or rather, Skull Servant is exactly the kind of deck I can see myself playing Sales ban in. They're gonna Sales ban call Sprite Carrot. I mean, I guess that's fine, yeah. Oh, it's a much more boring going second deck. Okay, never mind. See, this is the exact kind of scenario where I actually do wish I had a second Little Knight in my extra deck. The genuine disappointment in Hex's voice. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be Skull Servant. I love Skull Servant. Gears are fine. But yeah, I saw the sleeves. I was like, sales ban, so this is obviously a going second deck. During the turn, they were normal or special summoned, cannot target, and they cannot be destroyed. Okay. Yeah, end phase. That's what I thought was going to happen there. All right. I could just make the mosquito. Wait, that might not work. Hang on. Do any of these stop monster effects? No, it's just spell trap cards, right? During the turn, they were normal or special summoned. Your opponent cannot target ancient gear monsters you control with card effects, and they cannot be destroyed. Opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of ancient gear cards or effects. To discard the spell trap zone. Perfect. I will summon one little mosquito. Sure. You just gotta make sure you're not taking too much damage when you're doing Shadow Mosquito OTKs, but it's usually not that hard to avoid. This is my favorite way to OTK. I love Shadow Mosquito. It's such a stupid card. And I could have done it a million ways there, but like, It's not even just styling. Shadow Mosquito does it in one summon and doesn't activate effects during the main phase, so I think that was actually the best way to do it. But also, I mean, like, come on. You can't resist a Shadow Mosquito OTK. Do you play Pit Knight? I don't, actually. Pit Knight is one of, like, a million cards in Sprite that is not bad. I just don't feel like I have room for it. If I had a 20-card extra deck, I would probably play Pit Knight early. Maxi plus Ash Blossom, that's good to see. Rest of the hand's kind of meh, but Lacrima is full combo by herself, so that's good. Tristaros, so that is unfortunate. Okay, so they're going into Millennium stuff, so... Do I want to Maxi the Sengenjin and Ash the Tristaros, or Ash the Sengenjin and Maxi the Tristaros? Definitely feel like it makes sense to do it the other way around. As in, we're gonna Maxi for the Sengenjin summon, and then we'll Ash the Tristaros F. Cross out. Oh, they're gonna call Maxi or Ash Blossom? They called Maxi. That's interesting. Thought it was gonna be White Forest. I've seen them run Salesman to counter Joel, and it's okay going second. I don't know. I'm really not a big fan of going second cards in decks that are trying to go first. When it comes to ranked ladders, specifically in Master Duel, I'm even inclined to say that I don't think it's ever correct. Now, if you're playing in a tournament, and it really matters if you win every single game, then you can start, I think, to make more of an argument, but, like, and I've said this, like, since I started posting videos in 2022 for MD, right? Like, since the game first came out. If you're running, like, an average going first deck, and you're just jamming something like Evenly or Lightning Storm, or just, again, a going second card that doesn't do anything going first, I think that is always a misplay on Ranked Ladder. There are some going second cards which are fine to play in a going first deck. I'm thinking Droplet and Super Poly, stuff that you can set and use on your opponent's turn, but I think otherwise it's always a misplay. Salesman, Ash, and Branded, I think that's a misplay. I think it's a misplay to play Salesman and Branded. Maybe not as much in Branded. Granted, I also don't know that much about Branded compared to other decks, but for, like, White Forest, I think running Salesman and White Forest is always a misplay. Again, for Ranked Ladder at the very least. Have you tried out Terahertz Memento? I have not, actually. Omar the Goat 27, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. You don't need Salesman and Branded. Yeah, you definitely don't need it, but I could see Salesman being more effective in a deck like Branded. I still don't think it's optimal, because you could always play better going second cards. If you are even going to play going second cards again. I don't have Crystron, but it's not off the table for me. I'm really just waiting to see what the July pack's going to be. The more I play against Crystron, the less mystified they become to me. I'm starting to understand them more and more. Justaro is just a really fucking annoying card, is what it comes down to at the end of the day. If Justaros wasn't, like, such a custom card, I wouldn't feel nearly as intimidated by Crystron. Also, Swap Frog was an insane top deck there. That was crazy how good of a top deck that was. Salesman has good application going first? Does it, though? Like, I get, what are you gonna try to call, like, Droll or something? I don't think that's worth it. I really don't. I don't think that's good enough at all, actually. I think trying to preemptively call something with... Like, that's such a... Like, think about how niche of a use that is. Well, if I open this card and go first, I can call Droll and maybe they'll have it and it'll have been good to do so. Like, I don't know. That's one of those things where I feel like if you stop and think about it for like 2 seconds, it just starts to sound so much worse. Which, like, I'm not trying to be the person out here that's saying people can't have fun with their text. Certainly they can go for it, but there's not much of an argument for as far as like optimized play goes, I think. And that's always the caveat I try to throw out, because sometimes I'll catch myself saying stuff like, oh, that's never good enough, and really what I mean is for competitive play. Honestly, you could throw that asterisk on literally everything I say. As far as like my thoughts on like Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. Typically, I'm always referring to, like, competitive play. I'm not contesting that. I'm not saying nobody has ever played Salesman in White Forest to call Droll. I'm sure that does happen. I'm saying I don't ever think that's good enough. I don't think that's an optimized form ladder list. Yeah, we always just lose to the Omnis here, but I kind of just wanted to keep talking a little bit. Yeah. Again, I'm sure people have done it. I'm sure there have been plenty of games where somebody's playing White Forest and they're playing Salesman and they do open it and they call Droll and it does help them. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm just saying I don't think that's worth it ever. For ranked ladder. Okay, TCG and... if you've been following the conversation, the things I've that I'm talking only about ranked ladder and not tournaments. That is obviously extremely different. That's why I've been saying in ranked ladder every single time. And again, it's not just because of side decking, it's because in a tournament, you do actually need to win every single game. I'm not so desperate on ranked ladder, of all places, to win every single game that I'm gonna main Salesman and hope that if I open it going first, they have a Droll for me to call. Like, in ranked ladder, where you can have an under 50% win rate and still get Master 1, I really don't think it's that big of a deal. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Rongo with Salesman? I forgot about that. Oh, that was a time. I did play the Rongo Phantom in my deck, but I never put Salesman in it because that just felt very win more. Like, if you summoned Rongo in that Phantom Knight deck, you were just gonna win anyway. The Salesman was extremely unnecessary. But I do remember that deck, yeah. And VFD. I think it's about optimizing your ability to win. I think by maining Droll or by maining Salesman, you are unoptimizing your deck, which again is something I've been saying this whole time. Because you're only thinking about it in, again, this extremely narrow situation, which, again, I already pointed this out too, but your card is only good if you jump through so many hurdles of ifs. Think about how many times you're going to top deck it in a late game or even open it in a hand, and you're going to be like, dang, I wish this was triple tack, or call by, or cross out, or thrust, or like so many other spell, like, you know, generic spell traps. And obviously you're probably playing call by and cross out as well, but like, I think about talents, right? I'm like, why would I ever play Salesman before maxing out on talents? Talents is useful in so many more situations. And although it doesn't full combo through Droll, it helps in situations with Droll as well. Like, you're talking about optimization, and you're talking about optimization for one card in one scenario. But when I'm thinking about optimization across like every game you're ever gonna play, that's what I mean when I say that like I don't think playing Salesband is optimal in White Forest for ranked ladder. Again, I'm only making the argument for a ranked ladder. If you're talking about tournaments, that's a whole other ballgame. Now, would I main deck Salesband in my tournament White Forest deck? Personally, no, but I'm also not that experienced of a White Forest player, to be fair. Paradise is like discount VFD. Paradise, I think, is more... Well, I guess VFD is also akin to Calamity. They're both akin to Calamity. Some dude at Locals hit me with Salesband called Droll Game 1 and Game 2. Then Game 3 I cited out and it was the one game they didn't open. Oh, that's brutal. I would say, though, if Droll wasn't good against their deck, there was an argument to continue maining it, even if they're on Salesband. Because, again, it's still going to be contingent on if they drew the Salesband or not. Yeah, White Woods, White Forest. We all know what I mean, right? White Woods is the OCG name. Ryuge is such a weird deck. What disruptions do they even have right now? They can bounce a card, they can... Oh, they have a bounce and a pop, okay. I'm always just gonna lose here, right? Probably. Oh, bind Ryuge's Floodgate. I think it's fine. It's only from the field. Where is it? Yeah, it's only from the field to the graveyard. It's only during the opponent's turn. This is the kind of Floodgate I have zero issue with. I played against Ryuge Voiceless Voice quite a bit. It's a pretty good deck. Yeah, they can just have it. Yeah, they can just have it. They just win here. There's no way I'm playing through that. Alright, where are we at right now? As far as time, I think I'm still going to keep going a little bit. Yeah, I'll keep going. Poor Sprite Blue. Poor Sprite Blue. I love Sprite Blue's losing animation. So funny. Pendulum is very expensive, isn't it? Yeah, I was actually kind of in the same boat as you, but thinking about going for Voiceless. But that also ended up being too expensive. Oh, excuse me. Safe play, risky play. Safe play, risky play. We'll do the safe play. I have an idea. It might even be a good one. Think about making Jin Buster and then Gigantic. Yeah, I'll do it. There's kind of no point to playing Gigantic actually here. Should probably just go for Sprend. arguments. Yeah, no, I'll just go for gigantic. Yeah, we don't have to go for sprint here. Just opens us up to losing to more things. Right, okay. Yeah, because I opened Ronin. I was like, where are my swap frogs? That's right, I haven't summoned any yet. Okay, so the reason we didn't make sprint here is because we don't need it. Because after we summon the swap off the gigantic, we can just bounce it. And then special, discarding the angler. Now we're doing angler F under gigantic, and we get to chain block it. I could have done it. I could have summoned gigantic before into Biru, but I also had the opportunity to make Jin Buster, so it didn't really matter. Van Surich, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well today. Endemion's a wild deck. I don't know how people play it. I mean, I don't know. Probably not that hard. It's just like so different from everything else I've ever played, I feel like. Okay, so I have all my swaps in the graveyard, so there's not really a point to summoning one of them. MR Aries. Oh yeah, I saw you in chat earlier. Thanks for the follow. Super appreciate that. What's up, Bozo? The Clown YGO? Yeah, I'll use gigantic to free up my other zone here. God, I'm gonna have so many extra bodies with this board state. Actually, I have carrot in there. Okay, that's fine. Actually, let me do it this way. I think this is more efficient. I know I've been saying it literally all day, but I really do think I am about to put a second Little Knight in this extra deck. I guess the main thing... You know what? We haven't used Almirage even one time, have we? But second Little Knight absolutely would have come up by now. Yeah, for those of you who are able to see my list on Untapped, you'll notice my extra deck probably looks really weird. Like I'm playing Fiendsmith's right, but I'm not playing Desiree. I'm not playing Moon of the Closed Heaven. I'm not playing Zeus. Oh, you know what? I should have... that's fine. I would have been able to carry it here anyway. Because I'm basically playing stuff that I really only summon. I never summoned Moon of the Closed Heaven in this deck. Never summoned Desiree in this deck. Never make Zeus. And Almirage, I think, is about to go for second Little Knight. Because I've had a lot of games where I'm like, I end on turn 1 Little Knight like this, and then I'm like, dang, I wish I had another Little Knight to go into instead of Underworld Goddess. But Almirage is only helpful if you open Swap Frog in 4 hand traps. Did they ever make Sprite support again? I hope they make a level 2 that shuffles stuff back into the grave on summon. That would be kind of neat. I don't even know what future Sprite support would look like. I already feel like this deck can do everything it wants to do. Obviously, you could make just a broken card for it, but... where's the fun in that? Yeah, Zeus is one of those cards that feels really weird to take out of the extra deck for Sprite, but like, just, again, in my experience, it just does not come up that often at all. This is also why I don't really buy the argument. A lot of people will say that Fiendsmith Sprite is not as good as Pure because you lose out on extra deck space. Pure Sprite has so much extra deck space to spare, it's unreal. Like, Oh, you know what's really funny? Is that here I can actually... What do they have in here? Okay, so they're gonna go Tier Cash to Mill. Kaleidaheart's trying to get rid of Jin Buster. So I'm going to Valor this. Okay, Call By is brutal there. But I could still do this. Ooh, they're thinking. They are thinking. Okay. What do I want to use? This because it's going to get removed. This because I have to. As two materials. I'll use this and then Beaver. I think the breast sprite support would just be a new level / link / rank 2 archetype. Honestly, yeah. The thing that would really break sprite is like a 1-card starter. Because the deck only has one, which is starter. Sprite is an archetype of extenders. Which is a lot of the reason why another level 2 archetype would be what, like, helps them out the most. That's a funny thing. I've seen people like be not often. I've gotten the occasional comment to be like, and people do this for every single archetype under the sun, but I think it's funny when people will talk about Sprite in the manner of like, oh, it's too bad you can't really play this deck or pure, or, you know, they'll be like, oh, you should really try this deck pure as in only playing this archetype, and it's like, what are you talking about? Sprite is literally made to be played with other stuff. I remember what it was. I said, we're gonna play quote-unquote pure Sprite in a YouTube thumbnail or title once, and of course it had Beckoning Beast and Swap Frogs and all that kind of stuff, and there was a YouTube comment that was like, you know, it's a shame that people don't play archetypes actually pure nowadays, and it's like, what do you want me to jam, like 3 blue, 3 jet, 3 pixies, 3 red, 3 carrot, and not play any other, like, main deck monsters? Like, what? Thoughts on Live Twin Sprite? We talked about it a little bit earlier in the stream, but I don't think it's good enough. I think Live Twin, I think if you want to play a better, like, there are better options in both the Twin and Sprite category. If you want to play a better Twin deck, then you should play Twin Fiendsmith. If you want to play a better Sprite deck, you should play Pure Sprite or Fiendsmith Sprite. If you want to play Twin and Sprite in the same deck, I don't think that's bad. I think it's still quite solid. I just think that there are more competitive options on both fronts. But that said, again, if you are just a particular fan of exactly Twin Sprite, yeah, you could play it. It would be fine. Oh, I bet this person's on Glow Up Bulb because they're playing Adventures with their tier limit stuff. Yeah, they haven't milled it, but there's no way there's not a Glow Up Bulb in their deck. Because you can do Glow Up Bulb plus the Adventure token to make Nat Beast. That's why Rev Synchron's actually not bad in tier limit. No, it's not great, but it's not horrible either. If you're playing the Adventure engine. Not that that's an optimized way to play tier limit, but it is a fun one. I always just try to jam as many synchro options as possible in a tier limit whenever I play it. Oh, was that Fenrir? Fiendsmith sprite sounds so wacky. I mean, it's yeah, we've been playing it. It's like I was saying earlier. Not this exact list, but I took Fiendsmith sprite pretty much from D5 to M1. The only time I heavily diverted was when I played Memento from M5 to M4. Drawn Kid 12, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I mean, the Fiendsmith stuff leads very naturally into sprite plays, right? So it's just adding more starters for the sprite line. And then more options if you open Fiendsmith plus sprite stuff. What is this, Lurie? That keeps light fiends off of their field? Yeah. I'll negate that. I think that's worth it. Okay. They don't have, no, they don't have King Sarkop. Ah, but they can pivot into Fiendsmith anyway. With the moon. With the moon. This deck is awesome. I love our opponent's deck, honestly. I love decks like this. This is my favorite way to play tier limit. God, I haven't played a 40 card tier. Well, I haven't played tier limit in general in forever, have I? I love calling heroes the only pure deck when yeah, hero is also its own overarching archetype, but it is kind of funny because the hero deck is like 3 or 4 different archetypes. If you count elemental, of course, Destiny, Masked, Vision as their own separate things. Which I think it's fair to count it all as one thing. Again, there are cards that care about hero, you know, overarching. Isn't Branded pure? I don't know. I guess it depends if you count Bestial as an engine or not. I feel like at that point you're so splitting hairs, though. Like, this person has enough room for... there's no way you have enough room for Ognum Day in your extra deck. I refuse to believe that. I guess. Ugh. Nobody talks about hero kids. And funny thing is, I used to play hero kids in Sprite, but not needed anymore. Okay. I think I might do one more. Starting to peter out a little bit in terms of energy, plus I'm hungry. So I think we'll do like one more game. Thanks for joining me so far today, everybody. I say so far, even though I say we're almost done, but yeah, still over 90 people on Twitch. That's insane. Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Safe play, risky play. Safe play, risky play. Safe play. I'll just do the safe play. I don't having nib in my hand with. I don't like having nib in my hand with a cross out though. Why'd you watch someone battle no TKU? I don't know, their deck was cool. Plus I was just talking. I don't like... Counterpoint, who cares? Like... Yeah, Droll's fine, I don't care about Droll. Wait, Almirage might actually be really good here. Because I could go into Sprend with the negate up. Holy, Almirage is actually going to matter. Hang on a second. Let me think about this for a moment. So if I go Boom Boom, Jin Buster, Frog into Almirage, Ronin to Summon. Wait, that actually is worth it. Holy. Yes, and then we'll go... Yes, yes. Okay, here we go. Neospatians and Chrysalis, are we a joke to you? Oh, you don't have hero in your name. Neospatians really did get the raw end of that deal, didn't they? By just not having hero in their name. That sucks. That's brutal. And then they were like, no, 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 it's fine. Here's NEX, see? You can have this spell card. It's okay that you're not heroes. And it's like, no, that's not the same. That's not the same. It would have been interesting if Hero had, or if Neospatians did have Hero in their name. Like, obviously this isn't anywhere close to mattering nowadays, but back in the day, being able to emergency call for Grand Mole would have definitely mattered. Okay, so if I special blue, or not blue, carrot, and go Boom Boom Elf, Elf Revive... Nah, I'm just gonna get swapped. I think that'll be better. Hero has enough cards. It's kind of funny how the hero archetype like really took off. It makes sense though. We still have a swapping deck, right? No, we don't. I banished one. Okay. Oh, Hero absolutely has more support than Branded. That's not even close. We really do get new heroes, it feels like, about every other set, doesn't it? We did just get new masked heroes, didn't we? Yeah, that did just come out. I'm gonna try not going into Little Knight here. I'll cross that out. Just because I think I probably won't have a better target. I really don't care about that in the grand scheme of things, that Max C. But again, I don't think I'm going to get a better cross-out target, so I'll do it now. Hmm. We'll just Gin Buster the sequence. And go from there. Yeah, they already have an engraver in the graveyard, so I'll just wait for the sequence. The problem with heroes is that you have to play like 15 bricks just for your deck to function. Like, you play 60 cards and somehow a fourth of the cards in your deck you actually don't want to open. I haven't played with Ryzeal or Malice yet, so I don't have a favorite between the two yet. Okay, this targets... Okay, I actually do care about that because of Gin Buster. I should put Elf in this EMZ instead of this EMZ. That's not a big deal at all, actually. I'll just use IP here. You don't need to play all those bricks only if you're going for the Giga inboard. Do you not run into a problem at that point, though, of, like, your deck is so weak that it's not really worth doing? Oh, are they not using Graver's Effect yet? Interesting. That's fine, yeah. Like, if you're not going to end on, like, Plasma, Dark Law, and all that stuff, what are you doing in a hero deck? End of main. Do you have to activate a card or effect? Yeah, I'll do this now. I could summon IP again. Not that I could use it. You know what? I will. They might actually battle over this. Some people will just go on autopilot and be like, Masquerena? Okay, I'll attack that. Nah, okay. Should always force people to make the correct play. Or I guess it's more like, I should say, you should always give your opponent the opportunity to misplay. I could Little Knight bounce itself out with Elf and then just nib them. But I would need to do it when they activate a card effect. Maybe 3,600 defense if I did it here. That would be more than that, right? Because of the Snake Eye stats. Okay, let me just do this. And I could SP bounce out Ash here as well, actually. Wait, have they normal summoned? Let me think about this for a second. They have not normal summoned. Okay, that is good to know. I agree. Dark Law is very cool. I like Dark Law a lot. Okay, I was gonna see if they searched anything off of Poplar. I kind of didn't think they were, because they already used OSS and Chase. I should have activated Little Knight on Ashe there. Okay. Or I... No, I think I have to do it on Ashe now. I'm gonna bounce out Elf, though. That way I get Elf back during the end phase, and after I nib them, and then it's a lot easier for me to just pop off. I'll let them summon Requiem before I nib them. I still have it normal, though, which I don't love. Like, I just have a feeling they're gonna normal summon Oak. Ah, it's Sengenjin. Okay, that's not nearly as bad as Oak. Okay. Least favorite deck to play against. Flu is up there. Even though Flu's actually really easy to play against, I just don't like it. Okay, they hit Droll and nothing else on their end, so that's already pretty good. They summoned my Angler so I wouldn't get the effect. That's really funny. I have one Nimble Beaver on my deck. What else do I not like playing against? I don't know, Stun. Ooh, hot take. Even then, though, it's like, Stun is annoying, but I don't really hate playing against it. Do you like playing against Mermail? I don't really have that much of an issue with Mermail, unless they, like, open the Minstrel and snipe Droll. But I main 3 Droll in a lot of my decks, so I don't really have an issue with Mermail myself. I think Minstrel's an annoying card, but I don't know. They either have it or they don't. All right, are we good, player? You got a pass? And can I go now? Normal summon Fuelos, then pass. Okay, that's fair, I suppose. Fantastic top deck. It's a fine top deck. New Orca support is... You're using this already? That's so fine with me. New Orca support is sick. Can't wait for it. Oh, you're making an Appaloosa. Sure, that's completely fine. Are you kidding me? I was so much more scared of Little Knight than I was Appaloosa. This is completely fine. Yep. I knew they were gonna do that. I absolutely knew they were gonna do that. Where's Requiem? Here it is. Salem 2, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, IP into Appaloosa is a lot more difficult to play than a lot of people think. That's something that I see a lot when people talk about Appaloosa, is they're like, oh, it's so broken. Even if you don't make it on your turn, you can just go into it with IP and stuff like Snake Eye and Ubel. It's like, you can, but that's actually a lot harder to use as negates than you might think it is. There are a lot of situations where it's really awkward to try to get an Appaloosa out after your opponent's already got a little bit of a foothold, because at that point, like, well, they already have a little bit of a foothold. Like, at that point, I was already in a situation where I had Elf plus Jet out. Even without a million extenders in my hand, it would not have been difficult for me to go into a gigantic battle over the Appaloosa, then just combo out, and probably have enough resources to beat them at that point anyway. There are a lot of decks that smoke Appaloosa. There are a lot of cards that smoke Appaloosa. That's why, again, IP into Appo is a really tricky prospect a lot of the time. Oh yeah, I was gonna stop there. I'll do one more. That's fine. Phenomenal hand. Bullschmidt. That is a great name. Thanks for the follow and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, wow. Jeez. I spaced out so hard for a second there. Yeah, I should stop soon. It's good to know that when there's zero thoughts going through my brain, I can at least still do Fiendsmith lines, right? It's not, in fact, the last one. I will say I do actually use they, them pronouns. I don't use he, him pronouns, but yes, exactly. I don't think I've ever actually had a stream. No, I have for sure. I was gonna say I've never had a stream where I say my last game is actually my last game, but that does happen all the time. it's kind of ridiculous. God, it so doesn't matter what I use here. I always think about this, but it don't matter. It don't matter. You're all good, Xander. Don't worry about it. You're all fine. I am not upset about it. You are all good. No worries whatsoever. Alright, Caesar, and then we can normal summon the swap. And then, yeah, I'll special blue right now, why not? I can make, Gin Buster. Be ready for an Ash Blossom, not have to call by it and stop my own. from working. God, this is such a do whatever you want hand. I think Ryzeal will be coming this month. I would be a little surprised if it did. I think Ryzeal and Malice are probably coming after Worlds, which I believe is in late August. So my guess is that it'll be a couple of months before we see Ryzeal and Malice, but that might not be the case. I just do think it would be a little surprising if they released them before the World Championships. Kind of surprised, 5-hour stream. Yeah, I usually go closer to 3, but we've had some good momentum going. So I want to keep that up. Thanks again to everybody who's hanging out. And that good momentum is you watching. Whether you're chatting, lurking, following, subbing. Very, 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 very glad to have you here. I can search Max C with this hand! Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. If you've never seen this before, this is like the dirtiest thing you're ever going to watch in your life. Check this out. So we just summoned the Max C off the Gigantic. That's because I've got Swap Frog in my graveyard. And I can do this, right? Check this out. Elf, bring back Swap. And of course, not only do I get to dump another Swap with Swap, because this card is not once per turn for some reason, but Swap Frog's effect can bounce any monster on the field back to the hand. So I'm just going to go whoop. Yeah, if you've never seen that one, that's a pretty dirty move that you can do in Sprite. You have to open Swap Frog plus blue to do it, though, because in any other situation, you would rather summon Swap Frog or blue. We'll leave Ronin on the field. Now that's a custom hand if I've ever seen one. Casually ending on 2 summon negates, 1 monster negate, 1 spell trap negate, and also searching Max C and IP as well. I don't care about Heartbeat on call by. That's fine. Soliac Search, I will Ash Blossom. They really want me to use my carrot. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sick. What was our final record with this deck today? 17-12 with a 58.6% win rate. That's not too bad if I do say so myself. And I do, in fact, say so myself. But alright. That is just about, I think, going to do it for today. How long have we been going total? Little over 5 hours. Good lord. God, part of me still wants to keep going too, but I can't. I am tired and hungry. Tired and hungry. Alright, let's see who's on, who I can send Twitch viewers over to. But before we go, y'all, I gotta thank you so much again. Everyone who came over from April's stream. That was so awesome. Really appreciate y'all hanging out. We were right over 100 viewers for the vast majority of the stream, which is exceptionally cool. If you haven't already, feel free to give me a follow and or sub. Very much appreciated. If you want to see more, I also do this stuff over on YouTube. Go ahead and give a sub over there. I upload just about every day, every other day, 5 times a week, however you want to say it. I upload a lot, and it's all relevant to the current Master Duel meta. So if you enjoyed what you saw here, you'll definitely want to check out more of it over there. But anyway, thanks everybody for coming by. It was a really, really good one. Had a lot of fun just talking, as well as, of course, playing a bunch of Sprite. Couldn't ask for anything more. Okay. Not stream together. I wanted to click raid channel. Who's online? Who's online? Who's online? Let's see. Who shall we take a look at here? Ah, so many people streaming right now. You know what? Here we go. My buddy Queso is playing Deltarune for the very first time. Let's go give him some support. And I've actually never experienced Deltarune myself, so this is kind of interesting. I don't know about y'all. I've played Undertale, but not Deltarune. So let's all give Queso some support. Watch them play the cool game. I was gonna say pixel game, but it's not quite pixel. Anyway. Thanks for coming by, everybody. I'm going to catch you in the next one, which will be on Sunday. Join us this Sunday for Build and Plays. But I've yapped enough. Let's raid, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.